Chapter 2748. The sword Chi soared into the air, splitting the sky and splitting the earth. Its astonishing power was invincible. The fifth realm sword intent was extremely tyrannical and astonishing. Underworld clan, what the hell are you doing? The fifth realm corpse race was cut by the grayish-white sword Chi. Its tyrannical body blocked the tearing of the sword Chi, but its tyrannical body also retreated, its feet dragging long gullies on the ground. It was furious. The corpse race was a mid-level race among the undead. It was more advanced than the bloodhounds, underworld ravens, and so on. Therefore, in the face of a high undead like the underworld clan, it was not so intimidated. Of course, under normal circumstances, the corpse race was also unwilling to provoke those high undead unless they had great certainty of killing them. This was because absorbing the core power of the high undead was of great benefit to them. However, high undead often meant that their strength was more tyrannical, and they were not to be provoked. This fifth realm corpse race did not want to provoke Shinzong, but Shinzong did not intend to let it go. Shinzong's purpose was to subdue it. Subduing a fifth realm corpse race was beneficial to him. Shinzong did not intend to dominate the undead world, but more manpower would be better for finding the nine-leaf underworld flower. The undead respected the law of the jungle, and the law of the jungle was interpreted to the extreme. If one wanted to subdue the other party, one must show more powerful force. Of course, in addition to force, there was also identity. If Chunzong was from the bone race, even if he was stronger than the corpse race, the possibility of subduing it was not high. Submit to me. Chunzong held an illusory long sword in his hand, and its power fluctuated endlessly. It was condensed from his own underworld power and sword intent after his sword intent broke through to the fifth realm. Although it would accelerate the consumption of underworld power, with a sword in hand, one's strength could truly be exerted. Don't even think about it. The corpse race turned around and ran without hesitation. It would not submit if it could. In an instant, Chunzong's sword pierced through the air. The sword was idealistic, and the nether energy was incomparably condensed. It pierced through the sky, piercing through the clouds and the moon, and instantly struck the corpse clan's back. What the corpse race was most proud of was their bodies, which were very tyrannical. They were not inferior to the underworld race at the same level. Of course, they did not have the power of the underworld, or else they would be high undead. However, facing this sword strike, the powerful body that the corpse race was so proud of was still destroyed. The terrifying underworld sword Chi wreaked havoc within his body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. In theory, the undead would not feel any pain, but in fact they also had feelings. If they were attacked by other forces, it would generally be fine, but if they were attacked by holy forces, they would be restrained and suffer incomparable pain. Similarly, if they were hit by the power of other high-level undead, it would also be very painful. Submit or die. Shinzong's figure flashed as he chased after the corpse clan member. He appeared in front of the corpse clan member with a cold expression and an icy tone. I submit. The corpse clan member did not want to die. Besides, it was not unacceptable to submit to a high undead who was stronger than himself. Since then, Chunzong had one more subordinate. Of course, submission was not something that could be casually said. The other party needed to hand over a bit of their core origin before he could control them with more ease. With the first subordinate, there would be a second, and with the second, there would be a third. Not long after, 5 subordinates gathered around Chunzong, each of whom was in the fifth realm. One was the underworld Raven King, 2 were the corpse race, 1 was the skeleton race, and the last was a resentful spirit. For the undead race, once they reached the 5th level, they would already have some intelligence. Through these 5 subordinates, Chunzong finally knew the location of the 9-leaf underworld flower and immediately moved forward. The 9-leaf underworld flower was a kind of divine medicine between the 5th realm and the 7th realm. It was only born in some places with strong death energy. The undead world of the interlayer universe was undoubtedly the easiest place to grow the 9-leaf underworld flower. However, The general nine-leaf underworld flower was at the 5th realm, and a few could reach the 6th realm. As for the 7-leaf underworld flower, it was even rarer. The 9-leaf underworld flower mentioned by the Tingguang Peak Lord did not have any requirements for its level, so the 5th realm was fine too. Shenzong was still a little puzzled. The 5th realm's 9-leaf underworld flower did not seem to have any use for the 7th realm's Peak Lord. But the Peak Lord must have a purpose for doing so. Since this task was given to him, he just had to complete it well. The 9-leaf underworld flower was fond of coldine, so the place where it grew was very cold. After a while, Chunzong and several of his subordinates finally arrived at the place where the 9-leaf underworld flower grew. It was a place where death energy was concentrated and incomparably cold. Countless withered bones were everywhere, dilapidated and gray. From time to time, the harsh cries of the underworld ravens could be heard, making the place even more desolate. "My lord, the 9-leaf underworld flower is inside," the resentful spirit said to Chunzong. It had seen the existence of the 9-leaf underworld flower here before. "Let's go." Chunzong did not hesitate and stepped in one after another. The 9-leaf underworld flower was also useful to the undead, but relatively speaking, it was not so useful because the undead could absorb the core origin of other undead to improve themselves by killing them. Not long after stepping in, Chunzong found the first 9-leaf underworld flower. The 9 light gray leaves were distributed in a regular pattern, and a small light gray flower grew in the center of the 9 leaves. The real use of the 9-leaf underworld flower was the small flower in the center. Chunzong directly plucked it. He could feel the aura contained in it, which was very cold and restrained. He quickly put it away. It was just a flower as small as a fingernail. The light gray flower was the 5th realm's 9-leaf underworld flower. With one in hand, as long as he brought it back, he would get an additional 10,000 contribution points. However, Chunzong was very puzzled. When the time came, how would he bring the 9-leaf underworld flower back? He could not figure out, but since the Peak Lord asked him to enter with his spirit to pick the 9-leaf underworld flower, he must have considered this point. He would know when the time came. Now he just had to find more 9-leaf underworld flowers. After all, one 9-leaf underworld flower represented 10,000 contribution points, which was very amazing. When the time came, he would become a sword-bearing disciple and have the authority to exchange for heavenly gilt silver essence and sword principle source. The only thing he lacked was contribution points. Although the contribution points needed to exchange for heavenly gilt silver essence and sword principle source were huge, there was always hope. After all, contribution points could be obtained in many ways. The 2nd flower, the 3rd flower, the 4th flower. Chunzong could not help but be overjoyed. He and his 5 subordinates split up and went in different directions to search for the 9-leaf underworld flower. This way, the efficiency would be higher. And this was indeed the place where the 9-leaf underworld flower grew. When Chunzong found the 10th 9-leaf underworld flower, his expression suddenly changed. One of the core power sources related to him had disappeared. Dead. This meant that one of his 5 subordinates had died. From the disappearance of the core power source, Chunzong judged that it was a member of the undead clan that had died. Who killed it? Chunzong immediately changed direction and flew in the direction of the undead clan. He had to find out. If it was a danger that he could not resist, he should leave this place as soon as possible. He had already obtained 10 9-leaf underworld flowers. If he brought them back, it would be equivalent to an additional 100,000 contribution points. Together with the mission reward, it would add up to 200,000 contribution points. Although it was not enough to exchange for heavenly gilt silver essence or sword principle source, it was not a small amount. It was a great accumulation. In the future, if he wanted to exchange for heavenly gilt silver essence and sword principle source, it would undoubtedly save him a lot of time. At the same time, Chunzong also ordered the other 4 subordinates to gather as soon as possible. The undead clan member that had been killed was a 5th realm expert. Even so, he was only a 5th realm expert. Although he was stronger than the undead clan member, the one who could kill the undead clan member might not be inferior to him or even stronger than him. The 4 subordinates gathered and advanced with Chunzong. Not long after, Chunzong sensed several strong death auras. It was not the death aura of this place, but the death aura that emanated from the undead clan members. The Skeleton Clan. There were 3 members of the Skeleton Clan, and they were 5th Realm Skeleton Clan members. These 3 members of the Skeleton Clan quickly discovered Chunzong and the others. As their mouths opened and closed, they let out strange laughter and immediately rushed forward. One of the Skeleton Clan members held a bone saber, another held a bone axe, and the last one held a bone sword. They rushed forward directly from the front without paying attention to any formation. "Kill!" Chunzong ordered. Immediately, the 4 subordinates beside him attacked. 4 against 3, and all of them were 5th Realm experts. It was obvious that Chunzong's side had the upper hand. Of course, Chunzong would not just stand by and watch. He targeted the Skeleton Clan member who held the bone sword. His figure flashed, and he merged his sword will and underworld power. As the sword light flickered, it suddenly slashed out. It seemed to cut through the void, and it immediately cut off the arm of the Skeleton Clan member who held the bone sword. In just an instant, several consecutive slashes landed on the wrist. With his superb swordsmanship, powerful sword will, and strength, he immediately cut off the extremely hard bones of the Skeleton Clan member. After the wrist was cut off, it fell to the ground. Chunzong immediately grabbed the bone sword. He quickly pried open the Skeleton Clan member's fingers and held the bone sword in his hand. Although it was a bone sword, its hardness had reached the level of 5th Realm. With the real sword in hand, Chunzong's sword will immediately exploded. The bone sword glowed with a white light, and it instantly pierced through the air like frost and lightning. With the support of the sword will and underworld power, the bone sword was not only tougher, but also sharper. Kill! In just an instant, the Skeleton Clan member was killed by Chunzong. A wisp of his power flew out and was absorbed by the Tianming Pearl. Kill, kill! The sword light flashed, and the remaining 2 5th Realm members of the Skeleton Clan were also killed by Chunzong's sword. Sure enough, with a sword in hand, one's strength could be fully unleashed. Moreover, although his sword doctrine and other aspects had not reached the 5th Realm, Chunzong possessed true 5th Realm strength because of his underworld body and extremely powerful underworld power. The 4 subordinates were stunned. They did not expect their lord's strength to be so strong. Fortunately, they had all chosen to submit at that time. Otherwise, they really would have been killed. Although theoretically speaking, dead spirits were already dead, they could still be killed again. Once they were killed again, they would really be finished. Chapter 2749. Exploding the day after tomorrow. Begging for monthly votes first, Chunzong did not feel proud or arrogant after killing 3 5th Realm members of the Skeleton Clan. That was perfectly normal. As he continued forward, he saw the body of a member of the Corpse Clan. However, it was a little broken. There were cuts from knives, swords, and axes all over its body. It was obviously very unlucky to have encountered the 3 5th Realm members of the Skeleton Clan and been killed. Soft cracking sounds came from afar and attracted Chunzong's attention. It was clearly the sound of bones rubbing against each other. There were members of the Skeleton Clan approaching. Sure enough, figures appeared one after another. They were members of the Skeleton Clan. There were more than a dozen of them. Moreover, the aura they exuded was that of the 5th Realm. Among the dozen or so members of the Skeleton Clan, the one walking in the center seemed to be wearing bone armor. It looked different from the other members of the Skeleton Clan. The aura it exuded was even more tyrannical. It was also riding a skeletal beast and holding a skeletal spear in its hand. It looked majestic. Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. He vaguely felt a sense of threat. Immediately, Chunzong saw that behind the dozen or so members of the Skeleton Clan, another figure appeared. It was 4 members of the Skeleton Clan wearing bone armor. They were carrying a palanquin cast from thick bones. There was a strange figure half lying on the palanquin. It seemed to be resting. The reason why he was said to be peculiar was because he looked somewhat different from the other members of the Bone Clan. His body seemed to be made up of countless tiny bones, unlike the bodies of other members of the Bone Clan, which had many gaps between them. Well, that feeling could be described in this way. It was as if countless tiny bones had turned into muscle texture all over his body. It also seemed as if he was wearing a close-fitting full-body armor. A tyrannical aura constantly emanated from his body. The bone sword that was placed at the side was incomparably white. The blade of the sword flashed with an astonishing cold light. With one look, Chunzong knew that it was an extremely powerful sword. It was even more powerful than the bone sword in his hand. However, what really surprised Chunzong and caused his expression to change greatly was the other party's appearance. There was a sense of familiarity to that appearance. No, it was very familiar. What kind of appearance was that? It was clearly the appearance of his original body. Although the substance that made up his body was different, it was indeed possible to see that it was at least 70% similar to his original appearance. 70% similarity meant that they were very similar, almost as if they were twins. As if sensing Chunzong's gaze, the skeleton clan member sitting on the bone palanquin opened his eyes and stared at him. Immediately, he was stunned. His half-lying body straightened instinctively, making him look even taller and stronger. His eyes emitted a terrifying cold light as he stared at Chunzong, or rather, at Chunzong's body of the Nether Clan. Why did this Dark Clan member look so similar to that damn guy? There was at least a 70 to 80% similarity. If he didn't know that this was the world of the dead, which belonged to the interlayer universe, which was different from the surface universe, he would have thought that the damn guy had come. When he thought of that guy, there would be a time when they would meet again. At that time, he would definitely surprise the other party. At that time, he would really seize the other party's body. As for the other party's soul, he would either eat it or seal it so that the other party could not move, but could feel everything in the outside world, just as he had been sealed before. Dark Clan member, it was you who killed 3 of my men. As compensation, you must submit to me. This unique member of the Bone Clan sat up straight and stared down from above. His gaze was awe-inspiring and carried a frightening power that directly affected one's mind. His voice had a unique rhythm and contained a fluctuation that directly affected one's spirit. A Dark Clan member, that was a high undead. If he could make him submit, it would definitely be a great thing for him. However, the Dark Clan was a high undead. How could they submit to the Skeleton Clan, a low undead? Even if the Skeleton Clan looked different from the average Skeleton Clan, as a high undead, it was impossible to make the Dark Clan submit to them, even if the Skeleton Clan was stronger. What was more, this Dark Clan member was not a real Dark Clan member, but Chunzong, the swordsman. What was more, Chunzong felt a sense of familiarity from the other party. It was not only a familiarity in appearance, but also in temperament. Could it be him? Chunzong's eyes flashed, but he was not completely sure. A mere low undead dares to ask me to submit. Chunzong responded in the tone of the Dark Clan member while thinking. In the face of the low undead, the high undead were proud. That kind of pride came from the bones. In that case, let this king see how different the core power source of the high-level Dark Clan is. The Skeleton Clan member sneered, his eyes full of murderous intent. So far, he had not absorbed the core power source of the high-level Dark Clan member. However, according to the laws of the undead world, if a low undead absorbed the core power source of a high undead, in addition to improving their own strength, it could also bring about a qualitative change, allowing them to achieve the improvement of the essence of their life. For example, a low undead could be promoted to an intermediate undead. As long as they absorb enough, they could even be promoted to a high undead. The most intuitive difference brought about by the difference in the essence of life was the difference in the strength of the fundamental power. At the same level, the power of a high undead was more tyrannical than that of a low undead. For example, wood of the same size and volume was like steel. Steel was always harder. Kill him. The Skeleton Clan member immediately gave the order. Immediately, more than a dozen Skeleton Clan members stepped forward and charged forward at great speed. The Skeleton Clan members riding the skeletal beasts raised their long spears and aimed them at Chunzong. They immediately charged forward, taking the lead and leaping over the other Skeleton Clan members. The ground shook under the weight of the skeletal beasts. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses had launched a ferocious charge. More than a dozen other skeleton clan members surrounded them from all sides. For a time, Chunzong was locked in place, and he felt like he was going to be pierced and smashed. Cut! Without hesitation, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The grayish-white sword light was resplendent. It turned into a huge crescent moon and slashed out, cutting everything in its path. The four subordinates that Chunzong had subdued also rushed out, and a great battle broke out immediately. No matter who it was, there was no hesitation or mercy in their attacks. The battle between the undead was like this. Once there was mercy, the result was that one might be killed by the other party and become food for the other party to grow stronger. The bone spear broke through the air, carrying a terrible power. Under the charge, it was brazen. The spear seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth. The wind pressure was compressed to the extreme, making Chunzong feel suffocated. Even with the tyrannical body of the Underworld clan, he could not resist this kind of spear. Once hit, he would most likely be pierced, torn apart, or even killed directly. The skeletal knight riding a skeletal beast gave Chunzong an obvious sense of pressure. Although it was also at the fifth realm, it was different from the fifth realm ones that he had killed before. At the fifth realm, this skeletal knight had reached a certain level. This was a strong enemy. Then, he had to end this quickly. Another sword was unleashed. The moment the sword was unleashed, it was as if dark clouds were rolling in from all directions, shrouding the area. It was so heavy that it felt as if a mountain was about to collapse. All of the skeleton clan felt a sense of oppression. An invisible pressure fell from the sky, suppressing their bodies. It was as if it was directly attacking their souls. Oppressive. It was incomparably oppressive. In an instant, an incomparably blazing grayish-white sword light tore through the endless oppressive pressure and struck directly, as if it could destroy everything, directly towards the skeleton knight. Cloud-breaking light. An upper-grade moon-class secret technique, executed with the fifth realm sword will and the power of the fifth realm of the Underworld clan. Its power was terrifying, and under the sword pressure, it was invincible. Kill. This sword strike shattered everything. It struck, directly penetrating the skull of the skeleton knight and smashing it into pieces. A fatal sword strike. The self-proclaimed king of the skeleton clan was shocked. One sword strike, just one sword strike, killed his most powerful subordinate. Immediately, his right hand grabbed the sword beside him, and he leaped into the air. He leaped high into the air and raised his sword high, as if he had the power of 10,000 hectares. Boom! The sword struck, and the white sword light turned into an extremely violent thunderbolt, suddenly striking down. Not only was it extremely fast, but it was also extremely ferocious and terrifying. This sword was too fast. It was extremely fast and ferocious. It was a demonstration of speed and ferocity to the extreme. There was no holding back or hesitation. He couldn't dodge it. In an instant, Chief Chin knew that he couldn't dodge it. The shocking aura of the sword had completely locked onto him. Moreover, this skeleton clan's swordsmanship was extremely high. One had to know that since Chunzong entered the undead world, he had encountered many undead, but basically they relied on their own powerful strength to fight. They were more inclined to fight instinctively and had not mastered any superb skills. Even the skeleton knight just now seemed to have extraordinary spear skills, but it was only extraordinary and was far from being comparable to his swordsmanship. With inferior skills, it was impossible to truly unleash the tyrannical strength of the undead to the extreme or even surpass the limit. This was something that could not be compared to cultivators. But now, Chunzong was shocked to find that this skeleton clan swordsmanship was so superb that it was not much inferior to his own. It could even be compared to his own. If he could not dodge, then he would block it, relying on the tyrannical strength of the Underworld clan and his own superb swordsmanship to resist. The sword struck down like a thunderbolt, and at the moment of collision, Chunzong only felt a terrible force attacking him. His whole body was actually forced back by the sword strike, and the bone sword in his hand trembled incessantly, as if it was about to shatter. If not for the support of his own tyrannical sword will and strength, it was likely that it would have shattered. Strong. The power of that sword strike was extremely tyrannical, and it was difficult for him to resist. The strength of a skeleton clan was so tyrannical, indicating that its cultivation was much higher than this body of the Underworld clan. After landing on the ground, the strong body of the Bone clan member, who looked similar to him, suddenly leaped forward. In an instant, he exploded with extreme speed. His body and sword became one, turning into a white sword light. It was cold beyond compare. In an instant, it pierced through the air and stabbed forward. It was extremely swift, like a bolt of lightning. Shenzong only saw a blur in front of his eyes. The extremely cold and pale sword light carried a shocking and deadly sword essence and attacked him mercilessly, as if it wanted to pierce through his body and tear his soul apart. Instead of dodging, he took a step forward and faced the attack head-on. He executed the heart's sword art, which transformed into an extremely profound sword light that counterattacked. As the two swords clashed, the other party suddenly retreated and stared at Shenzong with a strange expression. Heart sword art. What's your relationship with that bastard Shenzong? Chapter 2750. On one side, Shenzong's four subordinates were besieged by more than a dozen fifth-level members of the Skeleton Clan. They were being beaten up crazily and were in a precarious situation. On the other side, the Skeleton Clan member who called himself Your Highness pointed his sword at Shenzong. His expression was cold and stern, and his words were full of questions. It was the heart swordsmanship technique. That was the heart swordsmanship technique. He would recognize it even if it turned into ashes. It was that bastard Shenzong's heart swordsmanship technique. There was no mistake. He could not be mistaken. He had been sealed for so many years, but he could sense everything in the outside world. Therefore, he knew all the swordsmanship Shenzong had mastered and could master them. However, he disdained to do so. Instead, he sorted out the swordsmanship that was most suitable for him based on those swordsmanship. Not only did a member of the Underworld clan look similar to that bastard Shenzong, but he also mastered the heart swordsmanship technique. He was definitely related to that bastard Shenzong. Inner demon. Shenzong spat out these two words softly. His heart was filled with shock. Although he felt that the other party's temperament was familiar, he was not sure. Now, he was finally sure. It was the inner demon. When he broke through to the fourth level, he took the opportunity to escape from his inner demon. He did not expect this inner demon to escape into the interlayer universe and become a member of the Skeleton Clan in the Netherworld. A unique member of the Skeleton Clan. When he heard Shenzong say those two words, the Skeleton Clan member's eyes suddenly turned dark. He stared at Shenzong strangely. Then he laughed loudly. It was a laughter that seemed carefree and proud. Shenzong. The Underworld clan member in front of him was definitely Shenzong. That damn bastard. It was him. There was no mistake. Although he did not know what caused Shenzong to become a member of the Underworld clan, this was definitely an opportunity for him. In a moment, the inner demon understood. He did not know what method Shenzong used, but his spirit escaped into the interlayer universe and entered the Netherworld. He even became a member of the Underworld clan. Opportunity. This was a great opportunity that belonged to him. As long as he could destroy his body, extract his soul, imprison it, and torture it day and night, he would let this damned bastard know the pain that he had suffered when he was imprisoned in the past. Shenzong, your good days are coming to an end. The inner demon's voice was faint, but it was also filled with excitement and agitation. She could not help but tremble all over. It wasn't fear, it was excitement. Kill. In an instant, the inner demon turned into a wisp of white lightning. She became one with her sword and slashed out with her sword. He had taken the opportunity to escape when Shenzong had broken through to the fourth realm. Thus, the inner demon also knew the various sword techniques that Shenzong had mastered of the third realm. Moreover, after entering the Netherworld and transforming into a member of the Skeleton Clan, he had continuously integrated those sword techniques through battle after battle. Finally, after countless battles of life and death, he had transformed them into sword techniques that were most suitable for himself. Necromancy, sword art. The sword was filled with a pale, deathly stillness. Once the sword was unleashed, it would destroy all life. Even the dead could not withstand it. The superb necromancy sword art, the super strength of the fifth realm, the fifth realm sword will, the fifth realm sword principle, and the fifth realm Tao of death were combined to create the inner demon's terrifying strength. Suppress. Chunzong was suppressed. In terms of sword techniques, the inner demon could not compare to Chunzong. However, in other aspects, Chunzong was inferior to the inner demon, especially in terms of sword principle and great Tao. Chunzong was only at the fourth realm, but the inner demon had reached the fifth realm. The gap between them was immediately apparent. The inner demon could only rely on his superb sword techniques to continuously resist. The inner demon became more and more courageous as he fought. He continued to display his sword techniques. The deathly stillness pervaded the surroundings. The deathly aura was attracted and poured down. The inner demon's body gradually emitted a layer of pale light. It was somewhat dazzling. His strength also seemed to have increased. His speed became faster, causing the power of each sword to become more terrifying. Soul Snatch. With a low roar, the sword suddenly burst out with an astonishing white light. Vaguely, there was an extremely sharp cry of ghosts. It was incomparably mournful and soul-snatching. When the sword arrived, Chunzong vaguely seemed to see a ghostly face coming at him. His spirit felt like it was being devoured. It was extremely frightening. The terrifying sword principle unique technique was extremely strange. Chunzong felt his spirit tremble, as if it was about to leave this body of the netherworld. After all, this body of the netherworld was condensed with the help of the heavenly nether pearl. It was not his original body, so it could not be 100% compatible. If it were not for the heavenly nether pearl, he would not be able to control this body. However, even if it was through the heavenly nether pearl, it was not his body. There was a difference. Usually, there were no disadvantages. However, in the face of a unique technique like Soul Snatch, the disadvantages appeared. The spirit was unstable. As soon as the spirit was unstable, Chunzong felt that his control over the body of the netherworld was weakening. His tyrannical strength was also affected and could not be fully exerted. Slash. As the sword arrived, Chunzong was immediately hit by the sword and flew backward. The terrifying sword will invaded his body, and the terrifying sword energy continued to wreak havoc in his body. A sword mark was directly cut on his strong body, and grayish-purple blood spread out. At the same time, his 4 subordinates were also killed. A dozen Bone Clan members formed a circle and scattered in all directions to surround him. Crisis. He did not expect this inner demon to become so strong after escaping into the world of the dead. It was much stronger than his original body. If so, he was in danger. Did he have to detonate the heavenly nether pearl and escape directly to the surface of the universe and return to Tingguang Peak of Taihao Mountain? Although he could do so, Chunzong still had a feeling of unwillingness. In the past, he had fought with the inner demon again and again, and he had always won in the end. Now that the inner demon had become so powerful, did he have to flee in embarrassment? Reason told Chunzong that he should flee, but Chunzong was so unwilling. He was unwilling from the bottom of his heart. Since that was the case, then he would make a last stand, regardless of the outcome. Of course, if he won, then he would continue to stay and look for more 9-leaf Ming Luo flowers. If he lost, then he could only immediately detonate the Tianming Pearl and use its power to escape and return to his original body. Ha! Chunzong, you will never be a match for me. The inner demon laughed loudly when it injured Chunzong with one sword strike. That sword strike had injured Chunzong. This was such a rare thing, and it was so delightful. Ever since it came to the world of the dead, it had almost forgotten the feeling of delightfulness. Chunzong's expression did not change at all. He was so calm that the inner demon could not see through him. The inner demon's spirit stabilized again, and its power was once again under its control. The inner demon's figure flashed and the second sword attack followed. The white sword light exploded in an instant, covering the sky and the earth like a tsunami. A huge ghost face appeared, as if a huge evil spirit was pouncing from it, ready to harvest all life. Terrifying. This sword strike was a fatal blow, and it was several times more powerful than the previous one. In an instant, Chunzong suddenly lifted his right foot, took a step forward, and landed heavily. With a bang, a strong force seemed to erupt from the soles of his feet. It rushed up like lightning through the layers of muscles and bones, and finally flowed into Chunzong's arm and straight through the sword. He pulled out the sword. In an instant, Chunzong's body bent forward, as if he was going to rush forward. However, he did not rush out. Instead, it was the sword that rushed out. The bone sword slashed forward from his waist in an instant, as if it had been unsheathed. The bone sword seemed to emit an indescribable cry, as if it was cheering that it could erupt with such a tyrannical and stunning power. That sword strike was like a meteor, lightning, and thunder. It was breathtaking and unparalleled. Chunzong seemed to have used up all his strength in that sword strike. In an instant, his essence, chi, and spirit were raised to the extreme, and even a part of his own netherworld power was driven and integrated into the sword strike, causing its power to increase dramatically. The power of the Sword Tao seal was also extracted in an instant. It was an ultimate sword strike, an extremely powerful sword strike. Heavenly Light sword drawing technique. This was the first time Chunzong had used the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique in a battle since he started practicing it. Moreover, it was not his own body. But in any case, the feeling of suddenly unleashing this divine sword technique in a life-and-death battle was really incomparably wonderful. The ultimate sword light split the void, and in an instant, it also slashed the inner demon's unique skill. In an instant, the huge ghost face that was pouncing toward Chunzong revealed a look of horror and horror. It was directly slashed and shattered. The sword strike was invincible. Nothing could resist or stop it. The white waves of sword light were immediately slashed and shattered, revealing the inner demon behind it. His eyes were wide open and his face was full of horror, but he had no time to dodge. He could only raise the sword in his hand and try his best to erupt with all his strength to resist. Slash! Nothing could resist the amazing power of the Heavenly Light sword drawing technique. It was the ultimate domineering, the ultimate power, and the ultimate sharpness. He was dumbfounded. The inner demon was dumbfounded. His sword had been cut in half, and the tyrannical body that he had painstakingly condensed had also been cut in half. How is this possible? How is this possible? Run. Without hesitation, the inner demon immediately fled. He did not flee physically, but directly rushed out of the tyrannical body of the skeleton clan in the form of his divine soul. He immediately turned into a wisp of black smoke, burrowed into the ground, and disappeared. Chunzong didn't have time to chase after him, and he couldn't do so because he had used the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique. In an instant, he had drained almost all of his strength, so he didn't have enough strength to chase after him. Under the terrifying power of the Heaven Light sword-drawing art, the three bone brutes in front of him were killed in an instant. Then, their power source flew towards Chunzong, where it was absorbed by Chunzong's Heaven Nether Pearl. Wisps of power were then fed back to Chunzong to replenish the Heaven Light sword-drawing art. But at this moment, the inner demon had already escaped. Its whereabouts were unknown, and there was no way to find it. Cunning. This inner demon was extremely cunning. Chunzong didn't feel angry because he was used to it. However, the inner demon he encountered this time was already so powerful. If he were to encounter it again, how powerful would it be? Fortunately, he had mastered the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. In the end, it all came down to strength. In a flash, Chunzong attacked again, killing the other Bone Clan members one after another. His depleted strength was completely restored. Chapter 2751. Searching and searching continuously, Shenzong found one 9-leaf Ming Luo flower after another. He had already collected more than 20 flowers. If he brought them back, they would be worth 200,000 contribution points. This was a great opportunity for him. No matter what, he had to do his best to find more 9-leaf Ming Luo flowers and exchange them for more contribution points. The ghouls he encountered here were at most 5th realm. With the heavenly light sword-drawing technique, even powerful 5th realm ghouls could not withstand his attacks. He could kill them with one strike. While killing 5th realm ghouls, Shenzong could also feel the power of his Netherworld clan body gradually increasing and becoming stronger. As long as it was not 6th realm ghouls, he had nothing to fear. As he continued to move forward, the aura of death became more intense, and the aura became colder. The probability of finding a 9-leaf Ming Luo flower increased further. 30 flowers. 40 flowers. Shenzong looked calm, but he could not help but feel a little excited. Suddenly, Shenzong focused his gaze and stared at a 9-leaf Ming Luo flower in front of him. The leaves and flowers were slightly different from the 40 flowers that he had picked previously. They were gray, pure gray. The 49-leaf Ming Luo flowers that Shenzong had plucked earlier were light gray in color. Shenzong swiftly plucked them. He could feel the incomparably pure and vigorous Yin energy contained within the gray flowers. Clearly, it was many times stronger than the light gray flowers, at least 10 times stronger. Could it be a 6th realm 9-leaf Ming Luo flower? Shenzong secretly guessed. If he brought out a 6th realm 9-leaf Ming Luo flower, how many contribution points would he get? Would it be 10,000 or more? The Peak Lord did not say. Forget it. You would take it first. Shenzong immediately picked it and continued forward. If he could find a 6th realm 9-leaf Ming Luo flower, he might be able to find a second one. However, reality proved that there were not many 6th realm 9-leaf Ming Luo flowers, and it was not easy to find them. Very abruptly, the void tens of thousands of meters away was torn apart. A huge pitch-black crack appeared, as if it was being torn apart from the inside by some kind of claw. A series of ear-piercing sounds were emitted, like a piece of cloth being torn apart. It was a pitch-black irregular crack that was several hundred meters long. It was as if a curtain had been torn apart, causing Shenzong's expression to turn solemn. He gathered all of his power, and his eyes flickered as he stared at it. Shenzong vaguely saw the shadow of a sharp claw in the space crack that was hundreds of meters long. Even though it was just a glimpse, Shenzong could see how huge the claw was. He could feel a terrifying aura coming from it. That aura could easily destroy him. With Shenzong's current strength, he could not really tear the void apart, even if he used the heavenly light sword-drawing technique with all his strength. However, the claw directly tore the space crack that was hundreds of meters long. The difference between them was indescribable and unimaginable. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion rang out from within the crack in the void. The crack, which was hundreds of meters long, seemed to have been shattered. More cracks appeared and spread out in all directions. Then, the crack continued to shatter. Battle. It was a battle between experts. A terrifying battle between experts broke the void and created a space crack. Shenzong's luck seemed to be very bad. He was almost caught in it. Once one fell into a spatial crack created by a battle between experts, there was an 80 to 90% chance of death. Even if one had the body of a 5th level underworld, it would still be useless. They would still be killed. For example, Shenzong was able to escape into a spatial crack last time due to luck. Of course, apart from luck, the life force of the mysterious seed was also of great help. Retreat. Without hesitation, Shenzong immediately retreated. That was because as the space shattered, a terrifying power burst forth and swept out in all directions. It was like a sword that could cut through everything and spread out. It was a sword formed by the power of space. It was extremely powerful. Shenzong knew that with his Netherworld clan body, he would not be able to resist it at all. While retreating, Shenzong also stared at the space crack. He carefully sensed the fluctuations in it and used it to comprehend his own space Tao. The more unstable the space fluctuation, the easier it was to sense the mystery within it. Then, one could comprehend and master it to a higher level. But similarly, the more unstable the space fluctuation, the easier it was to shatter and create a space crack. It was extremely dangerous. The shattered space crack spread out to a radius of 1,000 meters. Chunzong saw a huge claw that was entangled with countless space airflow. A fist that was burning with pale flames also bombarded the claw and collided continuously. This power surpassed the 6th realm and was at the 7th realm. This was a fierce battle between 7th realm undead masters. Fortunately, there was some distance between them. If he was any closer, he might have really been affected. If that happened, he would be in trouble. After retreating to a certain distance, Chunzong stopped and stared. He carefully sensed the space fluctuation and used it to comprehend the space Tao. His Tao of space had broken through to the extreme state, and even his Tao of time had improved. Space-time should be considered a complete entity. The improvement of the space Tao, to a certain extent, could also lead to the improvement of the time Tao. Of course, it wasn't so direct. Similarly, the improvement of the time Tao would indirectly affect the improvement of the space Tao. The prerequisite was that one had to master the time Tao and the space Tao. A dot of light appeared. Then, it floated out from the space crack within 1,000 meters. It was like a holy lotus shining with golden light. It slowly rotated as if it was floating out of the void, as if it was water. A seemingly holy aura also spread out from the golden lotus. Chunzong felt that the holy aura was similar to the connate clear qi that he had obtained before. However, it was definitely not connate clear qi because there were still differences. It seemed holy, but also like nothing. It was a mystery that was hard to describe. Chunzong stared at the golden lotus that floated out of the space crack. His eyes narrowed slightly. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he fixed his eyes. Then his eyes lit up. Wukong Divine Flower. Chunzong's voice was low and trembling slightly. It was close to a whisper. The heavenly gilt silver marrow, the sword Tao origin, and the Wukong Divine Flower were the main treasures needed to cultivate the 2nd level of the sword body. They were absolutely necessary and irreplaceable. The heavenly gilt silver marrow and the sword Tao origin could be exchanged in Taihao Mountain. Only the Wukong Divine Flower. Chunzong did not know where to find it. He had no clue. This time, when he returned, even if he obtained a huge amount of contribution points to exchange for the heavenly gilt silver marrow and the sword Tao origin, Chunzong could not cultivate the 2nd level of the sword body. He had to obtain the Wukong Divine Flower. But the Wukong Divine Flower was the hardest to obtain. He had not expected to encounter it here. Wukong Divine Flower, that was a name. It did not have a fixed form. It could be a wisp of qi, or it could be an object. It was all possible. This lotus was also very normal. Tempted. Chunzong was very tempted. The opportunity was right in front of him. The Wukong Divine Flower was floating out of the space crack towards him. Based on its speed, it would reach him in about 10 breaths. In an instant, Chunzong made a decision. No matter what, he had to take the risk and take the Wukong Divine Flower. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity, he did not know when he would be able to find it again. Then, should he wait? Wait for the Wukong Divine Flower to float over by itself? No, take the initiative to attack. Because Chunzong discovered that the two sides fighting fiercely in the space crack had slowed down. Also, each side had a ray of light condensing, breaking through the air and grabbing at the Wukong Divine Flower that was floating out of the space crack. Maybe the fierce battle between the 2 realm 7 Emperor-level experts was for that Wukong Divine Flower. Chunzong's heart suddenly started to beat wildly. He was actually fighting with 2 Emperor-level experts for the Wukong Divine Flower. This was thousands, tens of thousands of times crazier than when he was fighting with the realm 5 Vicious Yao for that wisp of natural pure energy in the interlayer of the universe. Crazy, exciting, it was really too exciting. Chunzong's heart was beating wildly. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He gathered his strength and quickly closed in. The 2 experts reached out to grab at the Wukong Divine Flower. They both wanted to obtain the Wukong Divine Flower. Invisibly, they restrained each other. And this was Chunzong's chance, his only chance. In comparison, Chunzong was the weak one in the eyes of the realm 7 Emperor-level experts. There was only one chance. Chunzong's energy was raised to the extreme. His speed also exploded in an instant, reaching the extreme and then surpassing the limit. Burn. The nether energy in his body started to burn in exchange for even faster speed. Because Chunzong knew very well that regardless of whether this was a success or failure, he couldn't continue to stay in the netherworld. Otherwise, he would be hunted down by the 2 Emperor-level powerhouses. Back then, he had panicked when he was hunted down by a peak 5th realm vicious Yao, much less a 7th realm Emperor-level expert. Since that was the case, then there was no need to hold anything back. Even if this body was damaged, there was no need to worry. The entire body of the underworld race instantly burned. The grayish-white flames burned fiercely, causing Chunzong to become a ray of light. The grayish-white aurora's speed surpassed the 5th realm, almost reaching the 6th realm. As he neared, he grabbed at the Wukong divine flower. In an instant, Chunzong caught it. At the same time, the power of the 2 Emperor-level experts that had been restraining each other exploded. As if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, they all blasted at Chunzong. Chunzong could clearly feel the will contained in that power. It was incomparably angry, the kind of anger that came from being provoked by an ant. Shatter, destroy, and annihilate everything. Under these 2 terrifying powers, Chunzong felt as if he was being tossed about in a storm and could be destroyed at any time. Without hesitation, he detonated the Heaven Nether Pearl. This was his last resort. This Heavenly Nether Pearl was essentially the essence of a stage 7 Emperor-level underworld expert's power. It was the condensation of all his core power, and it exploded in an instant. An extremely tyrannical power was released in an instant. It rushed out and caused the surrounding void to be suppressed and frozen in an instant. A portion of the heavenly nether bead's power wrapped around Chunzong's soul, along with the Wukong sacred flower and the 9-leaf nether luo flowers he had picked before. Immediately after, a tyrannical force tore through the air and a vortex appeared. Chapter 2752. The vortex rotated clockwise, faster and faster. Like a drill bit, it wanted to drill through the void and connect the layers of the universe to the surface. The heavenly nether orb had long been completely refined by the Tianguang Peak Lord. It had a unique method that could be used as a primer to connect the layers of the universe, allowing Chunzong's spirit to return to the surface and return to his body. Lowly ant, put down the treasure. Lowly ant, if you don't put down the treasure, your soul will scatter. 2 completely different voices full of terrifying will sounded at the same time, shattering the vacuum and directly attacking Chunzong's spirit. Fortunately, Chunzong's spirit had been firmly protected by the power of the heavenly nether orb. That was the language of the dead. Chunzong himself could not understand it, but Chunzong could understand the meaning of the heavenly nether orb. However, Chunzong could not give up the Wukong divine flower. He had obtained it with his own ability, so why should he give it up? Chunzong's actions made the 2 experts even angrier. In an instant, a huge palm burning with pale flames reached out from the space crack. It was so overwhelming that it seemed to be able to crush everything. At the same time, a huge white bone claw also pierced through the void, sweeping everything in its path. The power of the heavenly nether orb was penetrated layer by layer and shattered. It vibrated constantly and could not withstand it. With the power of the heavenly nether orb, it was impossible to withstand the power of these 2 Emperor-level undead experts. It would only take 3 breaths of time for it to be completely penetrated. At that time, Chunzong's spirit would lose its protection. Once it lost the protection of the heavenly nether orb, the spirit would be directly exposed to the world of the dead. Even if it was not destroyed by the 2 undead Emperor-level experts, it would be eroded by the endless death energy here and eventually become an existence like a resentful spirit. In the blink of an eye, the vortex was completely broken through. Then, An incomparably bright sword light, carrying an unparalleled sword intent, instantly passed through the vortex, as if it could shatter the brilliance of heaven and earth, and directly attacked. The sword intent was overwhelming and earth-shattering. Whether it was the terrifying bone claw or the huge palm burning with pale white flames, they were all struck and pierced through by the sword light. Wherever the sword light went, nothing could stop it. It was invincible. In fact, the sword light turned around as if it had a mind of its own. It carried an incomparably powerful sword intent and directly charged into the spatial crack, attacking the two 7th-level Emperor-level undead. The sword light disappeared, but two screams and angry curses rang out from within the spatial crack. Chunzong subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. Although his spirit could not breathe, it was a relaxing feeling. In a flash, he directly escaped into the whirlpool. Under the protection of the heavenly Nether Pearl's final power, he quickly passed through the whirlpool and headed to the surface of the universe. On Tianguang Peak of Taihao Mountain, where the Tianguang Peak Lord was staring, a fist-sized vortex spun. A ball of light suddenly shot out from within like an arrow from a bow. It appeared directly in front of the Tianguang Peak Lord at an astonishing speed. A shadow could be seen within the ball of light. It was Chunzong's spirit. Around Chunzong's spirit was an extremely small flower. It was the 9-leaf Ming Luo flower and the Wukong divine flower that he had brought with him. Return to your main body. The Tianguang Peak Lord smiled. Then, Chunzong's spirit bowed slightly to the Tianguang Peak Lord and immediately escaped into the head of his main body. When his spirit returned to his main body, the things he had brought with him directly fell to the ground. 9-leaf Ming Luo flower, there are so many of them. There are so many. The Tianguang Peak Lord glanced over. Seeing the falling flowers, he was instantly astonished. Without the power enveloping them, all the flowers returned to their original size. They radiated a pure, cold aura that spread out. Then, the Tianguang Peak Lord's gaze swept over the flowers. His eyes instantly widened. His face was full of shock. What was that? A lotus flower. A lotus flower that radiated golden light. It seemed ethereal, but also seemed to radiate a divine aura. It was indescribable. The Wukong divine flower. This child actually obtained the Wukong divine flower. The Tianguang Peak Lord was inwardly shocked. This opportunity was truly amazing. The Wukong divine flower was a treasure that could make all Realm 6 cultivators go green with envy. It was even valuable to some Realm 7 cultivators. Even he was a bit tempted. However, he was the peak master of Tianguang Peak, a peak master, and a powerful swordsman in the 7th state of the Great Monarch. He had an outstanding status and identity. Though he was tempted, he wouldn't take the Wukong divine flower for himself. In just a short moment, the spirit returned to his main body. Chunzong's closed eyes also opened. In an instant, the wind and clouds roiled. Countless auras of the Great Path spread out and quickly gathered. The first seal of the way appeared on Chunzong's body. Only the air above his head was filled with a sharp aura that seemed to be able to cut through everything. That was the aura of the Way of the Sword. That seal was the seal of the Way of the Sword. The aura of the Way of the Sword was peeled off from the air. Like rivers flowing into a stream, it flowed into the seal of the Way of the Sword, causing it to become even more condensed. Chunzong's seal of the Way of the Sword had already reached the pinnacle level, but there was still some room for improvement. Now, it was constantly approaching the pinnacle of the pinnacle level. When it truly reached the pinnacle, the aura of the Way of the Sword also calmed down. Immediately, the second seal of the Way appeared. The aura that it emanated had an ethereal feeling, as if it existed between existence and nothingness. It was the seal of the Way of the Heart. The seal of the Way of the Heart was also constantly absorbing the aura of the Way of the Heart from all around to strengthen itself. Then it broke through the limits and became completely solid. The pinnacle level. The Tianguang Peak Lord nodded secretly. It seemed that Chunzong's harvest in the world of the dead this time was unexpectedly good. Then the third seal was formed. It was the seal of the world. It continued to absorb the aura of the way of the world from all around to strengthen itself and break through the limits. Then it stepped into the pinnacle level. All three great paths have reached the pinnacle level. The Tianguang Peak Lord nodded secretly. However, it seems that he has also mastered the way of space. Shenzong had used the Rising Dragon Sword technique, and so on. In the eyes of cultivators, it was easy for them to see through some of the details. At the very least, it was closely related to the way of space. The fourth seal appeared. It was the spatial guidance of the complete level. However, after the spatial seal appeared, it continued to absorb the aura of the way of the space and continued to strengthen itself. Then it broke through the limits and stepped into the pinnacle level. However, this was not the end. Then the fifth seal appeared. The Tianguang Peak Lord suddenly looked shocked. The way of time. The Tianguang Peak Lord's voice was low, but it was filled with indescribable shock. A cultivator had comprehended and mastered 5 great paths. This was undoubtedly very shocking. Even the Gudao clan, one of the 3 major clans of Mount Taihao, was born with a clearer perception of the great paths and was easier to comprehend. However, to be able to comprehend all of them at the same time was very difficult. There were very few people who had comprehended and mastered 5 great paths. Moreover, the Tianguang Peak Lord could feel that every great path that Shenzong had comprehended and mastered was extraordinary and extraordinary. The seal of time continued to absorb the aura of the way of time from the surroundings and continued to strengthen itself. It broke through from the initial level to the complete level, and then from the complete level to the complete level. However, after the way of time broke through to the complete level, it stopped and became the only great path that had not broken through to the pinnacle level. Even so, it was still very shocking. The breakthrough had ended. In the netherworld, Chun Zong's body of the underworld was at the 5th level and was extremely powerful. Using the Heart Sutra of the 5th level to comprehend the 5 great paths, his efficiency was shocking. It was at least dozens of times better than the 4th level. Moreover, he could easily break through some of the bottlenecks. However, in the netherworld, he was not in his original body after all. He could not truly improve and break through. Therefore, the only thing that broke through was his sword will. Now that his spirit had returned to his original body, all of his comprehensions surged out and improved. The way of the sword, the way of the heart, the way of the world, and the way of space all broke through to the pinnacle level. Even the way of time, which was the most difficult to comprehend, also improved greatly. It went from the initial level to the complete level, and if it broke through again, it would be the pinnacle level. If his cultivation and all of his great paths all reached the pinnacle level, Chun Zong could begin to break through to the 5th level. The clouds dissipated and the breakthrough ended. Chun Zong's eyes flashed with countless flowing lights. That was the mystery of the great path. Immediately, the 5 seals retracted into his body. Shenzong also saw the surprise in the Tianguang Peak Lord's eyes. It was indeed a surprise. Originally, the Tianguang Peak Lord had thought highly of Shenzong. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately given Shenzong such an opportunity. He did not expect Shenzong to be even more outstanding than he had expected. According to the various information he had gathered about Shenzong, he was certain that he was not a cold-hearted person. He was talented and had a true temperament. He was worth nurturing. Thank you, Peak Lord. Shenzong immediately got up and bowed deeply to the Tianguang Peak Lord. Shenzongdo had more or less figured out the cause and effect. The fact that he could have such a great improvement in his cultivation state meant that he had saved a few years or even dozens of years. This was a chance, a great chance, and this chance was given to him by the Peak Master of Tianguang. Although the power of his original body could not be compared to that of the Netherworld clan's body, this was a power that truly belonged to him. It was a power that was completely compatible with him and had endless potential. Now, compared to before, he was even more powerful. He believed that if he continued to challenge the Divine Lord list, he would be able to reach a higher rank. Shenzong, this time, not only did you complete the task, but you also plucked 67 nine-leaf Ming Luo flowers. One of them is even more extraordinary. So, you have earned 760,000 contribution points. Together with the rewards from completing the task, you have earned 860,000 contribution points, the Tianguang Peak Lord said with a smile. Shenzong could not help but be shocked. Although 860,000 contribution points were not enough to exchange for the heavenly gilt silver essence or the sword principle source, at least he had accumulated a lot and was closer to obtaining it. Also, if you have no use for the Wukong Saint Flower, you can contribute it. The Peak Master of Tianguang said this with a smile, feeling a bit expectant. This Wukong Divine Flower was actually useful for him, a swordsman in the Great Emperor state. If he could temper it, he would be able to further purify his own energy and get rid of some hidden injuries. Chapter 2753. Author's note: I've exploded today. I'm begging for some monthly votes. Peak Lord, I once had a fortuitous encounter and obtained an extraordinary secret technique. However, to master that secret technique, I need many treasures. One of them is the Wukong Saint Flower. Shenzong could feel the anticipation in the Peak Lord's eyes. However, the Wukong Saint Flower was truly too important to him. If there was a substitute that was easier to obtain, Shenzong was willing to give the Wukong Saint Flower to the Tianguang Peak Lord. However, to him, the Wukong Saint Flower was irreplaceable. It was too important. It was a must for him to cultivate the second level of the sword body of the godly demon. If he gave it away this time, then when would he be able to obtain the Wukong Saint Flower again? Shenzong had no idea. It could be a few years, or it could be decades, centuries, or even millennia. At that time, he would fall behind the other peerless geniuses because he had not cultivated the second level of the sword body of the godly demon. It would be difficult for him to compete with them. Was it selfish? Perhaps a little. However, the Wukong Saint Flower was found by him and not given to him by someone else. Even though this fortuitous encounter was given to him by the Tianguang Peak Lord, he was the one who obtained the Wukong Saint Flower. This was an undeniable fact. With the Wukong Saint Flower, the heavenly gilt silver marrow, and the swordway origin, he could cultivate the second level of the sword body of the godly demon in a short period of time. Then, he could completely cultivate the second level of the sword body of the godly demon. Without changing his realm, his strength would increase exponentially. His strength would advance by leaps and bounds, and he would have a stronger foundation. As for what he said, it was both true and false. It was not a secret technique, but a technique. However, a technique that could only be cultivated under such conditions would be even more shocking than a secret technique. Shenzong was being too light. A secret technique that requires a treasure like the Wukong Saint Flower to cultivate. The Tianguang Peak Lord's eyes flashed. He was secretly shocked. What kind of secret technique was that? Although curious, the Tianguang Peak Lord did not pursue the matter. Then, other than the Wukong Saint Flower, what else do you need? The Tianguang Peak Lord asked. He didn't covet Shenzong's secret methods. In fact, there were many secret methods on Tianguang Peak and even on Taihao Mountain, including some powerful ones. Of course, there were also secret methods that used treasures like the Wukong Saint Flower to assist their cultivation, and some of them were even more powerful. With his status as a peak master, it was not impossible for him to learn a secret technique of that level. There was no need for him to covet the opportunity of a junior disciple. Disciple has already collected all the other treasures. There are only two left. Shenzong thought for a moment and analyzed the pros and cons. Then he said again, only the heavenly gilt silver marrow and the sword principle origin are missing. Upon hearing Shenzong's words, the Tianguang Peak Lord was stunned. This secret technique seemed to be more advanced than he had imagined. What kind of secret technique is this? The Tianguang Peak Lord asked curiously. In reply to Peak Lord, this is the secret technique to forge an acquired saintly body. Shenzong thought for a moment and replied calmly. Spiritual body, king body, saintly body, and divine body were all divided into innate and acquired levels. There were 8 levels. An acquired saintly body was better than an innate king body, but it was not as good as an innate saintly body. Of course, it was still very impressive. If Chunzong said that he could forge an acquired heavenly king body, then those treasures were a bit too much and did not live up to their name. If it was an acquired saintly body, they would be more appropriate. Of course, in terms of levels, the second level of the sword body of God and demon was indeed at the level of an acquired saintly body. An acquired saintly body. The Tianguang Peak Lord's eyes flickered. With Chunzong's current strength, if he had an acquired saintly body, then his strength would definitely improve further and become more powerful. His strength would also become stronger in the future. Are you still missing the heavenly gilt silver marrow and the sword principle origin? While pondering, the Tianguang Peak Lord smiled. Chunzong, if you want to exchange for the heavenly gilt silver marrow and the sword principle origin, I'm afraid you don't have enough contribution points. Yes. Chunzong nodded. This was the truth. In that case, let's make an agreement. The Tianguang Peak Lord suddenly laughed, looking a bit sly. It was no doubt shocking that someone in the fourth level had become the sword-holding disciple as an exception. However, this was the decision of the Tianguang Peak Lord, and no one else could interfere. After all, this was an internal matter of Tianguang Peak. The Taihao Mountain could not and would not interfere, and the Tianguang Peak Lord was the ruler of Tianguang Peak. In any case, Chunzong becoming the sword-holding disciple had caused a great commotion in Tianguang Peak. It was worth noting that Chunzong had just become the sword-holding disciple not long ago. Now, he was only in the fourth level, but an exception had been made for him to become the sword-holding disciple. This speed of advancement was too fast. Some people even secretly guessed that Chunzong might be the illegitimate child of the Peak Lord who had been wandering outside many years ago. Of course, such guesses were only made in secret. They did not dare to say it out loud, for fear of being beaten to death by the Peak Lord. However, there were still some who had their doubts. The Peak Lord also responded by making an exception and promoting Chunzong to the position of sword-wielding disciple for two reasons. The first reason was that Chunzong was listed on the Divine Lord ranking. He was powerful and had outstanding potential. Although there were more than 200 Fourth Realm cultivators on the Divine Lord ranking in Taihao Mountain, there were only 200 of them. If they were spread out, there would not be many of them in each of the 36 peaks and 8 great academies. Among the 24 peaks, there were the least number of cultivators on the Divine Lord list. It was always good to have one more. The second reason was that Chunzong had completed the task set by the Tianguang Peak Lord. Because of these two reasons, he was promoted to the sword-holding disciple as an exception. Chunzong did not care so much because he had already obtained the heavenly gilt silver marrow and the source of sword Dao. In addition to the Wukong divine flower he had obtained from the world of the dead, he could already practice the second level of the sword body of the god demon. He was looking forward to it. Chunzong was very much looking forward to the second level of the sword body of the god demon. He wondered how much improvement it would bring to him after he mastered it. As for how he would obtain the heavenly gilt silver marrow and the source of sword Dao, it was with the help of the Tianguang Peak Lord. The Tianguang Peak Lord had used his own name to exchange for the heavenly gilt silver marrow and the source of sword Dao. The required contribution points had been reduced by 50%, because of his status as a Peak Lord. However, this 50% still required several million contribution points. It was not that the Peak Master of Tianguang didn't have any conditions. He had made an agreement with Chunzong. If Chunzong could be ranked in the top 3 of the Divine Lord list, then the heavenly gilt silver marrow and the source of sword Dao would be considered a gift from the Tianguang Peak Lord to Chunzong. If he did not do so, then within the next 100 years, Chunzong would have to repay double the contribution points required to exchange for the heavenly gilt silver marrow and the source of sword Dao. That would be close to 10 million contribution points. The top 3 of the Divine Lord list. This condition was definitely not low. In fact, it was very high. Although Chunzong had once ranked first on the Divine General list, the Divine Lord list was much more valuable than the Divine General list. There were many monsters on the Divine Lord list. Even a monster like Divine Lord Samsara would not be able to easily rank in the top 3. It was definitely more difficult to rank in the top 3 of the Divine Lord list than it was to rank first on the Divine General list. Therefore, in the eyes of the Tingguang Peak Lord, it would be extremely difficult for Chunzong to rank in the top 3 of the Divine Lord list. Even if he had cultivated the acquired sacred body, he might not be able to do so. This was because the current top 3 of the Divine Lord list were monsters who had mastered the innate divine body. The difference between the acquired sacred body and the innate divine body was simply too great. The difference was simply indescribable. However, the Tingguang Peak Lord had made such a condition in order to pressure Chunzong and unearth Chunzong's potential. In fact, in the heart of the Tingguang Peak Lord, he would be very satisfied if Chunzong could rank in the top 10 of the Divine Lord list. After all, there is only one person in the top 10 of the Divine Lord list in Taihao Mountain. Chunzong did not think too much about it. He would think about it after obtaining the heavenly gilt silver marrow and the sword principal origin. As for the Tingguang Peak Lord's condition, he immediately agreed to it. It was not impossible for him to rank in the top 3 of the Divine Lord list and master the second level of the Divine Demon Sword Codex. Moreover, even if he really could not do it, he would have to do his best to earn contribution points to repay the debt. All in all, this was a rare opportunity. He had to seize it. Since he had gathered all the treasures, he could begin to cultivate the second level of the Divine Demon Sword Codex. Chunzong was looking forward to it. After he had mastered it, he would transform the first level of Sword Principle into the second level of Sword Principle. How powerful would it be then? When he was in the third realm, he had mastered the first level of the Divine Demon Sword Codex. His cultivation strength was already comparable to that of an ordinary fourth realm cultivator. After mastering the second level, would he be able to surpass the fourth realm and reach the level of an ordinary fifth realm cultivator? Chunzong took out dozens of treasures. The courtyard of a sword-bearing disciple was better than that of a disciple of the sword, and the formations were also more powerful. Refined. With the activation of the second level of the Divine Demon Sword Codex, the treasures were refined one after another. Their essences were extracted and integrated into Chunzong's body. Chunzong had already activated the bronze sword body to the extreme. The bronze divine patterns covered every part of his body. As he absorbed the essences of the treasures, every bronze divine pattern shone brightly. Then, Chunzong began to absorb the sword principle origin. There was no need to refine it. With Chunzong's current ability, he was unable to refine it. When the sword principle origin was integrated into his body, the corners of Chunzong's eyes twitched unconsciously. It was painful, very painful. It felt as if a sharp blade had pierced into his body. Furthermore, he was the one holding the sword and stabbing it into his body. The pain was simply indescribable. However, Chunzong had to bear with it. If he could not bear it, he would be injured by the sword principle origin and fail his cultivation. If he wanted to cultivate it a second time, it would be even more difficult. Therefore, this time he could only succeed. Failure was not allowed. Bear it. He had to bear the pain brought to him by the sword principle origin. Not only that, but Chunzong also had to refine the heavenly gilt silver marrow while bearing the pain brought to him by the sword principle origin. That was definitely not a fun thing to do. The second level of pain came. The sword principle origin brought him internal pain, while the heavenly gilt silver marrow brought him external pain. The combination of internal and external pain did not cancel each other out. Instead, it intensified and became more intense. It was so intense that Chunzong felt that he could not bear it. It was as if his entire body was starting to melt from the outside and shatter from the inside. The last one was the Wukong Divine Flower. The function of this treasure was to mediate the conflict of all forces and condense them into one integrated force. Chapter 2754. Second update. The universe was vast, boundless, and filled with countless mysteries and mysteries. In the boundless void of the universe, there was a piece of darkness, like a dark nebula that was slowly rotating. The power of the nebula was integrated, unbreakable and unbreakable. It was like a dark vortex that was constantly swallowing the power from all directions. If one observed carefully, they would discover that this dark nebula was slowly expanding at a subtle speed, although the speed of expansion was very slow. Immediately, the dark nebula trembled in an instant, spreading out layers upon layers of ripples. With the momentum of thunder, it was like billowing waves that unceasingly impacted in all directions, covering a distance of countless meters. Wherever it passed, the meteorites floating in the void trembled, then shattered and turned into powder. A tyrannical aura also spread out, like an abyss that was frightening. Awakening. It was like a sleeping giant beast that had just woken up. That aura was extremely terrifying. Immediately, a black light shot out from the huge dark nebula at an astonishing speed, like black lightning or dark meteors, directly streaking across the vast sky, scattering in all directions of the dark nebula. After a million years of silence, the era of my unbroken cult has reappeared. A sigh spread out from the dark nebula, as if announcing something. In an instant, countless universe thunderbolts and storms were born out of thin air, wreaking havoc everywhere. Blazing, burning, black-red flames billowed like demonic flames that would never be extinguished, as if they wanted to burn that part of the universe into ashes. Immediately, as if it had sensed something, the black-red flames suddenly trembled, becoming more and more blazing, emitting a terrifying aura. Is the unbroken cult about to reappear? Those old fogies, did they feel something? There seemed to be a deep and vigorous murmur coming from the huge black-red flames. So, how can my purgatory be left out? Not long after, black-red flames rushed out of the huge flame like meteors, spreading in all directions. The infernal order and purgatory have reappeared, and a group of evil monsters and serpents have also emerged. Are troubled times coming again? In the depths of the universe, there seemed to be a murmur, slightly sighing. On Tingguang Peak, on Taihao Mountain, there was a single courtyard of a sword-wielding disciple. The formation was fully activated, and a powerful force filled the surroundings. Inside the formation, faint silvery white sword energy appeared. It had a kind of extreme sharpness and was extremely shocking, cutting in all directions. Tear. Nothing could withstand the sharpness of the silver-white sword chi. It was as if everything in the world would be sliced apart, torn apart, and turned into powder before the silver-white sword chi. An astonishing sword will spread out and merged into every single silver-white sword chi, making them even sharper. In the next moment, countless silver-white sword chi gathered in one place, finally entering a room and disappearing. The shockingly sharp aura also dissipated, but there were still fine sword marks left in the air, only truly disappearing after a few breaths. In the secret room, a figure stood quietly with his eyes closed. His face, body, and the skin that exposed his sword robe had many lines. These lines were all silver-white, giving off an ancient and brilliant feeling. Vaguely, there seemed to be traces of sharpness emanating from them, like swords. In the next moment, the silver-white lines on his body gradually faded and finally disappeared. Chunzong opened his eyes, and in the depths of his increasingly clear eyes, a bit of silver light bloomed, extremely sharp. In the next moment, Chunzong couldn't help but laugh loudly. Powerful. This power was simply too tyrannical. It had completely surpassed the power he had displayed before by many times. Although it couldn't be compared to the power of the body of the underworld, Chunzong was sure that this level of power had already surpassed the level of the fourth realm, and was comparable to an ordinary fifth realm cultivator. It was shocking that a fourth realm cultivator could control the power of the fifth realm. Chunzong raised his sword finger, and a silver-white light quickly circulated and gathered on his sword finger. A majestic and extremely sharp wave spread out, and it was many times more powerful than the previous mountain-crushing sword energy. Sea-splitting sword energy. It sounded like a simple name, but the meaning behind it was definitely not simple. The Sword God and Demon Sword Codex was divided into 4 levels, namely the 4 levels of sword body and the 4 levels of sword energy. Each level of sword body corresponded to a level of sword energy, and in order to control a powerful sword energy, only the corresponding sword body could withstand it. The first level of sword body was called the bronze sword body, the second level was called the silver sword body, and the first level of sword energy was called the mountain-crushing sword energy, which had the power to destroy mountains. The second level of sword energy was called the sea-splitting sword energy, which took the shocking power of splitting the sea with one strike, destroying mountains and splitting the sea. Under normal circumstances, no matter how big a mountain was, it couldn't compare to the sea. The amount of power required to split the sea with a single sword was simply too frightening and tyrannical. Chunzong carefully sensed the differences between the sea-splitting sword energy and the mountain-crushing sword energy. Firstly, the sea-splitting sword energy was many times more powerful than the mountain-crushing sword energy. Secondly, the nature of the sword energy. The mountain-crushing sword energy was majestic, and its sharpness was secondary. However, the sea-splitting sword energy was different. Its sharpness was secondary, and its majesty was not inferior to the mountain-crushing sword energy. However, its sharpness was far superior. In essence, sword energy had to be shockingly sharp. Therefore, the sea-splitting sword energy could be considered a true sword energy compared to the mountain-crushing sword energy. The bronze sword body could not withstand such a powerful sea-splitting sword energy. Only the silver sword body, which was many times more powerful, could withstand it without being damaged. The sword energy dissipated, and Chunzong gently clenched his 5 fingers. It was as if he could crush the void, and the power was extremely powerful. This power had also surpassed the 4th realm of body-refining cultivators. It was estimated that it had reached the 5th realm. However, there was still a gap between it and the power of the body of the Underworld clan. But there was no other way. The Underworld clan was a high undead and also at the 5th realm. If his cultivation realm officially broke through to the 5th realm, he believed that his power would not be inferior to the previous body of the Underworld clan. And this was a body that completely belonged to him. The 4th realm of cultivation is the extreme realm. The Sword Tau Seal, Heart Tau Seal, World Tau Seal, and Space Tau Seal have all reached the extreme realm. The Time Tau Seal is complete, and the Silver Sword Body and the Sea-Splitting Sword Energy have been cultivated. Now, I don't know what level my strength has reached. Chunzong couldn't help but think. All in all, compared to before, he must be much stronger. However, he did not have a clear idea of how much stronger he was. It doesn't matter if I don't know. I'll find someone to fight, Chunzong said to himself, revealing a smile. Immediately, his mind moved, and his consciousness entered the Divine Lord list. Challenge. Chunzong wanted to continue challenging, using the experts on the Divine Lord list to hone himself and verify his strength. At the same time, he also wanted to strive for a place on the Divine Lord list. It should be known that he was now a person who owed a debt. It could be said that he was heavily in debt. However, if he could rush into the top 3 of the Divine Lord list, then this debt would not need to be repaid. For the sake of the debt and for himself, no matter what, he had to do his best to challenge and strive for a place on the Divine Lord list to improve his ranking. His eyes quickly swept across the Divine Lord list. Now, Chunzong was ranked 5,000. Therefore, the highest ranking that he could challenge was 4,000. Among the 4,000, Chunzong could only see and challenge after he was ranked 4,000. Immediately, Chunzong saw a familiar title, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The black light exploded in an instant, bursting forth with an astonishing power. It directly shattered the attack in front of him, and then sent the opponent flying and rolling. Junior brother He Guang, you have become stronger. The person who was sent flying turned pale and smiled bitterly. In the first exchange of blows, he had suppressed his opponent. Then, it was the other way around. Senior, you are being modest, Sir God He Guang said with a smile. However, there was an indescribable confidence in his tone. Then, Sir God He Guang was stunned. His body quickly faded and disappeared. This is... Someone wants to challenge junior brother He Guang? The opponent was stunned, Then he muttered to himself. It was a pity that he wasn't ranked on the Divine Lord list, so he couldn't enter the Divine Lord list to watch the battle. In the Divine Lord list, consciousnesses appeared one after another. In a short period of time, there were more than 1,000 consciousnesses. The battle was for Sword King Wushuang to challenge Sir Godhe Guang. Sword King Wushuang was ranked 5,000 on the Divine Lord list, while Sir Godhe Guang was ranked 4,100. Many people knew that Sir Godhe Guang and Sword King Wushuang were of the same generation. However, Sir Godhe Guang seemed to have been ranked on the Divine Lord list earlier. Some people knew that the feud between Sword King Wushuang and Sir Godhe Guang wasn't considered a feud. At most, it was a dispute, a conflict. However, in Sir Godhe Guang's opinion, it was a feud. Back then, in the outer layer of the universe Mystery Land, when he was still Blacklight Marquis, he was defeated and killed by Chunzong. Although it wasn't a real death, he was eliminated and lost the opportunity to enter the universe Mystery Land. This made Blacklight Marquis very angry, and he hated Chunzong. After all, it was the universe Mystery Land. It was a rare opportunity, and it would only appear once every few years. Perhaps in this life, he would only have one chance. After that, he challenged Chunzong on the Divine General list and defeated him. He took the first place on the Divine General list, and he had vented his anger. Later on, when he broke through and became stronger, he was taken in as a disciple by a saint and received guidance from a saint. As a result, he progressed on the path of cultivation and further unearthed the potential of his black light sacred body, fully displaying its power. Even now, he had not fully unearthed all the power of the black light sacred body, but his strength had increased a lot because of it. Now, he was an expert on the Divine Lord list and had long left Chunzong in the dust. Unexpectedly, Chunzong had caught up with him and was now attempting to challenge him. It was simply ridiculous. In that case, I'll let you know what despair is. Sir Godhe Guang's lips curled into a cold smile as his eyes twinkled. Chapter 2755. There will be more in the evening. In the Sir God ranking list, Sir Godhe Guang stared at the person in front of him. It was unparalleled Sword King Chunzong. If you lose to me once, you will lose to me a second time and a third time. Challenging me is just a futile struggle. Sir Godhe Guang's lips curled into a cold smile as he said to Chunzong arrogantly. Then, he had received guidance from a saint, and his power was extremely strong. He was ready to continue challenging and charge into the top 4,000. He didn't expect to be challenged by Chunzong. That was great. He could use this battle as a warm-up. Then he would challenge the top 4,000 and charge into the top 4,000. The moment his words left his mouth, Sir Godhe Guang laughed in a teasing manner and pointed with his finger. In an instant, there was a pitch-black finger force that condensed and transformed into a dark aurora. It then shot out at a shocking speed. It was so fast that there was no prelude or sign. In an instant, the black light arrived. Chunzong was shocked, and his pupils contracted. It was so fast. If he had not mastered the second level of the Holy Demon Sword Classic, it would have been difficult for him to avoid the attack. He might not even be able to block it. But then, the trajectory was very clear. He drew his sword, and there was a flash of sword light. The silver sword light pierced through the sky like a thunderbolt and hit the black light. In an instant, the black light shattered, and the silver sword light shot towards Sir Godhe Guang with irresistible force. Sir Godhe Guang was shocked, but he had been through hundreds of battles, and he reacted quickly. He immediately threw out a palm. Black light handprint. That was Sir Godhe Guang's specialty when he was in the third realm. After breaking through to the fourth realm, Sir Godhe Guang perfected it again, and its power became even stronger. The giant handprint, which was like a millstone, instantly broke through the air and blasted toward Yifu Tian. It carried with it an astonishing power that could crush everything in its path. The void seemed to have exploded, and an astonishing pressure pressed down on Yifu Tian. The silver sword light was also instantly shattered. Slash! Chunzong burst out all of a sudden, and the sword energy of the sea-splitting sword coalesced in an instant. Immediately after, he brought down the sword with the astonishing power of the Tide Dragon sword technique. The sword seemed to have brought about the pressure of the space around it, and it also seemed to have split the space apart. It was extremely forceful and astonishing. The black steel giant palm was instantly slashed apart. The shocking power of the sea-splitting sword energy was fully displayed. However, the two attacks weren't their real power, or rather, it was their strongest power. It was just a test. Sir God Guang originally thought that he didn't need to use his full power to defeat Qinzong. He didn't expect it to be so unexpected. In that case, he could only erupt with even more power. There was a loud bang. In an instant, there were strands of black light that suddenly burst out from Sir God Guang's body. It was not a secret skill, but a result of Sir God Guang activating his own power. His aura suddenly increased by a few times. Black light shot out. Rays of black light suddenly shot out from Sir God Guang's 10 fingers. They were extremely fast, and the power they carried was several times stronger. Every ray seemed to be able to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Like a shower, they bombarded Qinzong. A silver light flashed in Qinzong's eyes. His body did not move, but the Guiwei sword turned into a brilliant silver light and slashed out. It looked like one slash, but it was actually the combination of dozens or even hundreds of slashes. Every slash carried the powerful power of the sword energy of the sea-splitting sword, and it was invincible. Slash! However, the black light that shot over became increasingly dense, and its power also continued to increase. It was like a huge wave that was surging. Heaven's shocking power kept increasing. It became more and more powerful. Silver sword body. In an instant, strands of silver divine inscriptions appeared on Qinzong's body. He looked like a silver demon god, exuding shocking power and peerless sharpness. If the bronze sword body was simple, then the silver sword body was sharp. The bronze sword body was like an unsharpened sword, while the silver sword body was a fully sharpened sword with amazing power. Under the full activation of the silver sword body, Qinzong's sword energy of the sea-splitting sword was also strengthened, and its sharpness became more and more shocking. Slash! Slash! Sir God Guang's expression grew increasingly solemn. Qinzong's power had exceeded his expectations time and time again. Originally, he had thought that Sir God Guang, who had been chosen by a saint and taken in as a disciple, had developed his black light sacred body to a new height. His power had also increased to a terrifying level, and he should have surpassed Qinzong. After all, there was no news that Qinzong had been chosen as a disciple by a saint, and he had not even had the chance to be taught by a saint. Talent was very important, and so was one's own hard work. However, it was also very important to have the guidance of an expert. Every expert had walked through countless detours and had an unparalleled wealth of experience in the path of cultivation. Their vision and knowledge were incomparably rich because of their own experiences. Therefore, for an expert, it only took 1 or 2 sentences to guide the weak. He would directly hit the weak points, point out their shortcomings, and improve them. Then, with his own efforts and talent, he would make up for the shortcomings, perfect them, and improve them. Saints were experts among experts. To be able to become a saint, not only did they have astonishing talent, but they also had great opportunities and countless tempering. From the tempering of the body to the spirit, it was an unparalleled accumulation. Therefore, a saint could easily see through many mysteries. With a saint's guidance, one could directly skip all appearances and go straight to the essence. Because of this, Sir God Black Light could better tap into the potential of his black light sacred body and unleash a stronger power. However, Qinzong, a person without the guidance of a saint, could grow to such an extent that he could fight fiercely with Emperor Blacklight. The consciousness that was watching the battle was shocked. Regardless of whether it was Sir God Blacklight or Sword King Wushuang, they were really very strong. This kind of strength had already surpassed their current ranking. Qinzong brandished his sword and slashed constantly. The silvery white sword beams were extremely sharp, slicing through everything. He took a step forward as he brandished his sword, closing in on Sir God Blacklight. Sir God He Guang's expression grew solemn. His 10 fingers paused, and then he pushed them out with his palms. There was a sudden roar, and 2 big handprints with black light shot out one after another. The power that they carried was even more fierce and shocking as it shattered everything. In the next moment, Emperor Blacklight gave full play to the power of Blacklight's sacred body, because the 2 overbearing big handprints of Blacklight had already been cut apart by Chunzong's sword. The Blacklight's sacred body gave full play to the power of Blacklight. In an instant, it gathered on Emperor Blacklight's body. Emperor Blacklight's body seemed to swell, and he turned into a 3-meter-tall Blacklight demon with great power. He was extremely overbearing. This kind of power made Chunzong feel shocked. If he hadn't mastered the 2nd stage of the Holy Demon Sword Classic, Chunzong would have been defeated. It would have been very difficult for him to deal with Emperor Blacklight. He might not even have been his match. Emperor Blacklight not only had developed Blacklight's sacred body to a higher level, but his own cultivation and great ways had also been cultivated to the 4th realm of Extreme Realm. On top of that, with the guidance of a sage, Emperor Blacklight's strength was still terrifying. However, with the power of the 2nd stage of the Holy Demon Sword Classic, Chunzong had yet to give full play to his unique skill, but he had already suppressed Emperor Blacklight to the point that he had to give full play to the power of Blacklight's sacred body. As one of his strong enemies in the past, Chunzong still hoped that Emperor Blacklight could give his all in a fight with him so that he could force him to show more strength. As Emperor Blacklight gave full play to his sacred body and released shocking power, a terrifying fluctuation of power spread out and hid in all directions. The 3-meter-tall Blacklight demon god's eyes shone with an unparalleled brilliance. Then, it let out an ancient roar. Blacklight region. The 3-meter-tall Blacklight demonic god raised both of its hands, as if it was holding up the heavens and earth. With an astonishing roar, the Blacklight suddenly exploded and poured out at an astonishing speed like a mountain torrent. It covered the sky and the earth and struck everything. It covered and engulfed, as though it had turned the surroundings into a dark place. The darkness wasn't real darkness, but it was formed by the convergence of countless black lights. It was like an ocean, like heaven and earth. Suppression. At that moment, Chunzong's body couldn't avoid it and was submerged in it. It was as though he was being engulfed, and he felt extremely suppressed. Boundless suppression came from all directions and hit him crazily. It felt as though countless waves were hitting Chunzong's body to suppress and crush him. However, this was only the most basic. Emperor Blacklight's body seemed to have melted and integrated into the Blacklight region. Silently, Chunzong only felt the space between his eyebrows twitch. A sense of danger erupted in an instant. Without any hesitation, he immediately shifted his body. The moment he shifted, a black light flew by, carrying with it a terrifying might. Blacklight region was the unique skill that Emperor Blacklight developed after he broke through to Realm 4. Chunzong's perception was very strong. He dodged Emperor Blacklight's attacks again and closed his eyes. In an instant, the silver light on his body shone brightly and gathered in the Gues sword in his hand as though it was alive. As the sword slashed out, the silver light seemed to darken. Everything in the surroundings seemed to become even darker, and there was an indescribable pressure. It was as though a storm was coming and the sky was covered with dark clouds. It merged with the Blacklight region and became more shocking. Sword principal unique skill, cloud-breaking light. The stroke had reached the level of supreme grade moon rank unique skill. Its power became more and more shocking. Under the activation of the sea-splitting sword energy, it was extremely terrifying. The heavenly light struck and tore the suppression apart. At the same time, it broke the black light. When the sword struck out, the silver light was extremely dazzling. It was as though the sword had split the sea and split the black light region. The dazzling silver sword light also lit up Emperor Blacklight's eyes, which were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Last time, I defeated you with this sword. This time, I will defeat you with this sword. Chunzong's voice suddenly sounded. It was fleeting, as though it existed between existence and nothingness. The moment the last word was uttered, an extremely resplendent sword light condensed to the extreme and pierced through the air towards Sir Godhaeguan. Idealism. Chapter 2756. Fourth update. Thank you for your monthly votes. Defeated. Sir God Blacklight was pierced through by the sword. He couldn't dodge and was defeated. The moment he left the Sir God ranking list, his face was filled with disbelief. How could he, a disciple of a saint, be defeated? After being defeated, Chunzong replaced Sir God Blacklight's ranking. However, Chunzong didn't stop and he continued to challenge. The strength of the person ranked 4,000th wasn't as strong as Sir God Blacklight, and he was easily defeated by Chunzong. The power of the sea-splitting sword essence was fully displayed. The sea-splitting sword essence was as majestic as the ocean, and it was shockingly sharp. After being ranked 4,000th, Chunzong didn't stop challenging because he hadn't used his full strength yet. He was still holding back. In that case, he needed someone stronger to be his opponent. In addition, Chunzong also intended to aim for a higher ranking on the Sir God ranking list. His gaze swept across quickly, and he was constantly searching. Chunzong's gaze was fixed, and he lifted the corners of his mouth into a smile again. My opponent this time will be you. In a universe, in a certain valley in a holy land, there was a purple light that was born on its own. It then spread out. The purple light was getting stronger and stronger as it rose gradually. It was as though it had turned into a purple sun that was suspended above the valley. It emitted an incomparably shocking light that shone on everything. The purple sun had a diameter of 10 meters, and it emitted an extremely shocking power. It was divine power. That's right, it was divine power. It was like a divine power that covered the sky and raged in all directions. The purple light became more and more intense, and it seemed to emit an extremely high temperature. Immediately, there was a faint sizzling sound. On the surface of the purple sun, there was a purple flame that appeared out of nowhere and started burning. As the flame burned, the purple sun with a diameter of 10 meters kept compressing. Gradually, a figure could be seen. It was a figure that sat cross-legged and floated in midair. It was the source of the endless purple flame. Burn, burn, burn. It was as though it wanted to burn everything. As time passed, the purple flame became more intense and terrifying, and its color became deeper. Suddenly, the burning purple flame paused, and the person in it opened his eyes, revealing a look of surprise. You want to challenge me? Sword Saint Wu Shuang, said a small voice. He was confused. Then he smiled. He remembered who Sword Saint Wu Shuang was. Back then, in the outer layer of the universe's secret territory, he was a sword cultivator expert who had fought fiercely with the sword in his hand. After that, he challenged the other party and defeated him. After successfully ranking first on the Divine General Ranking list, he set out to break through to the fourth realm. With his ranking first on the Divine General Ranking list, he received the greatest attention from the will of the universe and received the universe's favor, obtaining great benefits. After that, he had also paid attention to news about Chunzong. It seemed that he had not been chosen by a saint and had not entered the Holy Land. As he grew stronger, he no longer paid attention to Chunzong, his former opponent. He did not expect that he would challenge him today. His thoughts turned quickly. Purple Sun Divine Lord quickly deduced and was surprised. He was ranked 3,500th on the Divine Lord list. To challenge him, one had to be ranked at least 4,000th. Unknowingly, unparalleled sword Saint Chunzong was already on the Divine Lord list and was quickly catching up. However, you'll never catch up to me, Purple Sun Divine Lord said to himself with a smile, his expression full of confidence. Purple Sun Divine Lord was an innate godly body. The further he advanced, the more potential he would develop and the more powerful his divine power would be. Therefore, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the gap between having and not having an innate godly body. He would still lose to Chunzong at the third realm, but at the fourth realm, the gap would be even greater. However, since he was challenged, he had to accept the challenge. Otherwise, he would have to give up his ranking. That was impossible. Make your move. Purple Sun God Sovereign had his hands behind his back. His purple robe seemed to glow. His temperament was completely different from that of an ordinary person. There was an indescribable sense of superiority, as if he was a god. He spoke unhurriedly, as if he was greeting someone. There was no pressure in his tone at all. Chunzong stared at Ziyang Divine Lord and sensed the faintly discernible aura coming from him. It was very condensed, very brilliant, and very powerful. It was the aura of divine might that came from the Ziyang divine body. It was extremely powerful. When he was at the third realm, after the universe secret realm, he was defeated by Purple Sun Divine Lord. That divine power was still fresh in his memory. But this time it might not be so. However, this should be a good opponent. Fight! Chunzong slowly pulled out the returning moon sword. Silver sword light spread out like a crescent moon, releasing a faint cold light. It was as clear as water and mist. Sword was also activated. It spread out as the returning moon sword was unsheathed. In the previous battle, Chunzong did not activate his sword will to the extreme. It was only at the fourth realm. He did not release the sword will of the fifth realm. Then what about this battle? Perhaps it was going to explode. With a thought, Chunzong's expression did not change. A silver-white sword light tore through the air and shot towards the Yang Divine Sovereign at an extremely fast speed. It was like a ray of light that shot towards Ziyang Divine Sovereign. Purple Sun Divine Lord also attacked in an instant. He pointed a finger. In an instant, a purple-red light broke through the air. The sword light collided with the divine light. Purple-red light emanated from Divine Sovereign Ziyang's body. It was as if he had transformed into a purple-colored sun that rose and crushed forward, carrying with it the power of the ages. Slash! The silver-white sword energy broke through the air. It was as if it could split the sea. It was boundless and endless. The collision of powerful forces and the battle of superb skills was the intertwining of light and shadow. Sure enough, Purple Sun Divine Lord's power was much stronger than Black Light Divine Lord's. The power of the innate divine body was indeed amazing. He activated it with all his might. In an instant, Purple Sun Divine Lord seemed to have turned into a burning sun. The Purple Sun Divine power was activated to the extreme and turned into Purple Sun Divine Fire. Boom! The fire was monstrous. It rolled up high waves. The divine power was vast and mighty. It seemed to be able to destroy everything. Purple Sun Divine Fire was unparalleled and extremely powerful. Chunzong's expression suddenly became very serious. His left hand was like a sword. He immediately wiped the blade of the returning moon sword. The sword chi was activated. A powerful force burst out from the sword. It surged endlessly like a torrent. Sword sharpening technique. Level 4. Skylight broke through the clouds. As soon as Chunzong attacked, he unleashed a supreme moon-class unique skill. Its power was monstrous. Under the enhancement of the sword sharpening technique, it became even more terrifying. Break! The waves of the Purple Sun Divine Fire were instantly destroyed. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, it charged towards Purple Sun Divine Lord. Without the amplification of the fourth level of the sword sharpening technique, this stroke was enough to destroy Black Light Divine Lord's ultimate move. Now that it had been amplified by 4 times, its power was even more terrifying. Purple Sun Divine Lord's expression changed drastically. Layers of divine fire erupted, transforming into huge waves that surged forward in an instant, continuously attacking the sword. Then, in a monstrous waves of fire, a large purple-red hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the sword light. Dragon catching divine hand. The sword light was caught like a dragon. It exploded with amazing power, but it could not escape. With a bang, the sword light was immediately shattered. The divine hand that was burning with endless fire carried a mighty power and blasted towards Chunzong mercilessly. It suddenly slapped. The most powerful attack was not held back at all. The divine power and power of Purple Sun Divine Body were unleashed to the extreme. It was majestic and domineering. Chunzong's expression was stern. He unleashed his power again. Level 5, Sword Essence. Level 5, Sword Sharpening Technique. Cloud-breaking heavenly light. The doubling of the enhancement made the power of the cloud-breaking heavenly light even more shocking. That incomparably intense silver-white sword light was majestic and boundless, its power boundless, as if it could split the boundless ocean into two with a single slash. Previously, Chunzong could only cultivate the sword sharpening technique to the 4th level. It was not that he could not comprehend the 5th level. In fact, Chunzong had almost comprehended the mysteries of the sword sharpening technique. The reason why he could not use it was because of his own power. Level 4 cultivation and the 1st level of the Divine Demon Sword Codex were not enough to cultivate the 5th level of the sword sharpening technique. However, after cultivating the 2nd level of the Divine Demon Sword Codex, Chunzong could cultivate the 5th level of the sword sharpening technique. It felt like the sword sharpening technique was a secret skill that came with the Divine Demon Sword Codex. The more one cultivated, the stronger it became. It felt like the potential of the divine body was being unlocked. The sword light shattered and the hand of Purple Sun Divine Fire was also destroyed. It turned into a shocking power that raged in all directions. Every purple-red flame condensed a terrifying power that destroyed everything. The 5th level of the sword sharpening technique consumes too much energy. Chunzong could not help but think to himself as he felt the consumption of his sword energy. Then, he unleashed the 3rd level of the sword sharpening technique. Idealism, World Descent, Dragon Roar, Cloud-breaking heavenly light. One sword after another, one powerful move after another was unleashed continuously. The silver-white sword light either condensed into one and pierced through everything, or turned into a shadow of a world that descended and suppressed everything. It also brought with it an ancient and domineering roar that seemed to shatter heaven and earth. It also brought with it endless oppression and endless hope. The sword light pierced through the sky. In an instant, Ziyang Divine Lord was caught in the storm of Chunzong's unique skill. He could block 1 sword, 2 sword, 3 sword, but it was difficult to block the 4th, 5th, and 6th sword. Ziyang Divine Lord could not believe that such powerful attacks could be continuously unleashed. The thousands of consciousnesses that were watching the battle were also shocked. They could clearly see that Sword King Wushuang was unleashing his secret skills and unique skills. Generally speaking, it was already amazing to be able to unleash 2 or 3 unique skills. However, Chunzong had unleashed his power continuously and unleashed 6 unique skills. All of them were Moon-class unique skills, and they were at least Upper Moon-class unique skills. Aggrieved, Purple Sun God felt an endless grievance. Although he had divine power, he could only passively defend and gradually fall into a disadvantageous position. When the 10th sword arrived, Purple Sun Divine Monarch's Purple Sun Divine Fire was finally unable to withstand it and was destroyed. The 11th sword burst forth and attacked again, killing Ziyang Divine Lord directly. Ziyang Divine Lord pointed at Chunzong before he died, but did not know what to say. After killing Ziyang Divine Lord, Chunzong looked indifferent. However, he was shocked by the power of the sea-splitting sword energy in his heart. Chapter 2757. 5th update, 15,000 update end. Looking for a wave of monthly votes. Haha. The Peak Master of Tianguang couldn't help but laugh out loud. He laughed out loud because of the pleasure in his heart and the desire and expectation in his heart. 3,000. The old man at the side had a bitter smile on his face. Peak Master, you do have a better eye. He has extraordinary potential to rise in the ranking so quickly, the Tianguang Peak Lord said with a smile. Peak Lord, your efforts in training him are not in vain, the elder said with a smile. He felt excited and happy from the bottom of his heart. He was a member of Tianguang Peak, and his status on Tianguang Peak was second only to the Peak Lord. He was the first elder of Tianguang Peak, also known as the Great Elder. The current high-level members of Tianguang Peak were united against a common enemy. They wanted nothing more than a strengthened Tingwang Peak, regain the position of the main peak, and regain the glory of the past. Everyone was working hard for the same goal, regardless of whether they were aware of it or not. Great Elder Chunzong is proficient in 5 types of Dao, including the Sword Dao, and has reached the extreme state in 4 of them. Only the Dao Seal of Time is still in the perfect state. Do you know of any way to help Chunzong comprehend and cultivate the Dao Seal of Time to the extreme state? The Tingwang Peak Lord asked. He knew that with Chunzong's talent, the Dao Seal of Time would break through the perfect state and reach the extreme state as long as he was given more time. However, he still wanted to help Chunzong improve as soon as possible. It was because Tingwang Peak had been preparing for this for many years and was already in the late stage. Soon, they would apply for the Battle of Peak Ascension. At that time, the stronger the disciples of Tingwang Peak were, the better. Chunzong was valued by the Peak Lord. His talent was extraordinary, and his strength was also very strong. Now that he had reached the 3,000th place on the Divine General list, his vision and speculation were proven correct. Therefore, before the Battle of Peak Ascension, Chunzong's strength had to be improved as much as possible. When the time came, Chunzong's strength would be enough to fight against 100 people. After all, resources were limited. Rather than spreading them out to nurture multiple disciples, it was better to concentrate them and focus on nurturing the more outstanding disciples. In the 4th realm, Chunzong was considered the most outstanding disciple by the Tingwang Peak Lord. Peak Lord, it's almost time for the Void God realm to open. The first elder's eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, with Chunzong's talent and potential, perhaps we can compete for this quota. The Void God's secret realm. The Tingwang Peak Lord's expression turned solemn as he muttered to himself. There are 19 secret realms in Taihao Mountain. Among them, the ominous demon secret realm had no threshold to enter. As long as one was a member of Taihao Mountain, they were qualified to enter and fight with the ominous demons to hone their skills. As for the other 18 secret realms, it was not so easy to enter. The requirements to enter each secret realm were different, but none of them were easy. In particular, there were 3 secret realms that were extremely difficult to enter. Almost all of the 4th and 5th realms could not enter. Even the 6th realm would find it difficult to enter if one did not have a certain level of ability. One of the 3 most difficult secret realms to enter was called the Void God Secret Realm. Even with the status and strength of a Peak Lord, it was not easy to enter the Void God Secret Realm. The Void God Secret Realm. The Tingwang Peak Lord fell into deep thought. Perhaps if Chunzong enters the Void God Secret Realm, not only will the Seal of Time be able to break through to the extreme, but he might also be able to further improve his understanding of other great paths. It was very difficult to enter the Void God Secret Realm, but it was not impossible. Taihao Mountain had made an exception. When the secret realm opened after a certain period of time, other than the fixed quota, there would be extra quotas for different realms. For example, the 4th realm would have an extra quota. Those who obtained this quota would be able to enter the Void God Secret Realm together with those who had already obtained quotas. Similarly, the 5th, 6th, and 7th realms would all have a quota to enter the Void God Secret Realm. 1 4th realm, 1 5th realm, 1 6th realm, and 1 7th realm. That was right. The Void God Secret Realm was so brilliant. Those in the 4th realm would be able to obtain great benefits. Those in the 7th realm would also be able to obtain great benefits. With a thought, the Tingwang Peak Lord immediately moved and flew towards Taihao Peak. He was extremely fast, like an aurora cutting through the sky. Taihao Peak was where the Mountain Main Palace, Senior Statesman Hall, and Punishment Hall were located. It was where the strongest cultivators of Taihao Mountain gathered. It was also the true center of Taihao Mountain. The Tingwang Peak Lord went directly to the Senior Statesman Hall. Why didn't he go to the Mountain Main Palace? This was because the Mountain Lord of the Taihao Mountain was nowhere to be found most of the time. It was almost impossible to find him. Sometimes, even the Senior Statesman of the Taihao Mountain Senior Statesman Hall didn't know where he went. Therefore, all the matters of Taihao Mountain were handled by the elders of the Senior Statesman Hall. As for the Mountain Master, to a certain extent, it was a symbolic position. For example, the Void God's secret realm that was about to open this time. Of course, one had to be approved by the Senior Statesman Hall to be able to enter. In the past, the Void God's secret realm had opened many times, but Tianguang Peak hadn't applied for the fourth realm for a long time. Why was that? It was because they had applied before, but never received a quota. After all, Tianguang Peak was only one of the 24 peaks. There were still 8 principal peaks, and the 4 main peaks that were stronger than the 24 peaks. It could be said that the quotas to enter the Void God's secret realm had always been given to the 4 main peaks. 8th principal peak would occasionally receive one. After all, there was only one extra quota for each cultivation state. It was very rare and precious. However, it was different this time. Chunzong's arrival and the talent and potential he displayed gave the Tianguang Peak Lord hope that he could compete for the quota. Although he wasn't sure if Chunzong could obtain the only quota for the fourth realm, there was still hope. If he could obtain it and enter the Void God's secret realm, Chunzong would definitely have a significant increase in his strength given the mysteries of the Void God's secret realm and his outstanding talent. When the time came, his ranking on the Divine Lord list would also increase further. It wouldn't be impossible for him to reach the top 10 in the future. As for the top 3, the Tianguang Peak Lord didn't actually care about this promise and condition. He only said that to give Chunzong some pressure so that he could work harder. A moment later, the Tianguang Peak Lord left the Senior Statesman Hall, but his expression wasn't very good. How was it, Peak Lord? The first elder looked at the Peak Lord's unhappy expression. Did the application fail, and the Senior Statesman Hall didn't approve it? The first elder was also puzzled. Chunzong had once ranked first on the Divine General list, passed the Earth Sword stage on his first try, and ranked third on the Divine Lord list. Such achievements were extraordinary and should have been enough to pass the Senior Statesman Hall's examination and obtain the qualification. The application was approved. The Tianguang Peak Lord exhaled, and his expression returned to normal. Then, a cold smile flashed across his face. I was just disgusted by the people of Guilin Peak. The first elder immediately understood what he meant. The Void God's secret realm was so rare and precious that everyone wanted to enter it. Guilin Peak was one of the 8 main peaks and was dominated by the Blue Ocean Clan, one of the 7 major clans. There was no way the Blue Ocean Clan would miss such an opportunity. It could be said that every time there was an opportunity in Taihao Mountain, the 3 major clans and the 7 major clans would definitely participate and wouldn't miss it. As the 3 major clans and the 7 major clans, they were deeply rooted in Taihao Mountain. Some of the elders in the Senior Statesman Hall were closely related to the 3 major clans and the 7 major clans. Many years ago, Tianguang Peak was one of the 8 main peaks. However, it was challenged by Guilin Peak and eventually lost. It became one of the 24 peaks and was replaced by Guilin Peak. It was normal for there to be winners and losers in the Battle of Peak Ascension. However, Guilin Peak used some dirty tricks in the Battle of Peak Ascension, which ultimately led to Tianguang Peak's defeat. Since then, the 2 peaks had a grudge against each other. Tianguang Peak wanted to strengthen itself all the time and defeat Guilin Peak again to regain its position as the main peak. Guilin Peak, of course, didn't want to lose its position as the main peak. Therefore, it targeted Tianguang Peak many times. Although it didn't directly attack Tianguang Peak, it always sabotaged some of Tianguang Peak's affairs. For example, Elder Tiger Ji took Chunzong to Tianguang Peak before, but they were intercepted by the elders of Guilin Peak on their way. Elder Tiger Ji intended to poach Chunzong and take him to Guilin Peak. Similar things had happened more than once, but Tianguang Peak could only suffer in silence. Unfortunately, one of the elders in the Senior Statesman Hall was a member of Guilin Peak's Lanhai clan. However, Tianguang Peak didn't have any swordsmen in the Senior Statesman Hall. The Senior Statesman Hall was the highest authority in Taihao Mountain. Each elder not only had a powerful strength, but also a high status. Regardless, Tianguang Peak wouldn't give up on itself, even if it was at a disadvantage. Instead, it kept working hard, looking for any opportunity to strengthen itself. One day, it would defeat Gulen Peak and regain its position as one of the 8 main peaks. Peak Lord, since the application has been approved, we should inform Chunzong as soon as possible and let him prepare himself. The Grand Elder said seriously, this time, the opponents he will face will not only be the geniuses of Gulen Peak, but also the geniuses of the 7 noble clans and 3 aristocratic families. The 7 noble clans and 3 aristocratic families were deeply rooted in Taihao Mountain and had developed for countless years. Their strength was so strong that it was unfathomable. Except for themselves, no one knew the true strength of the 3 aristocratic families and the 7 noble clans. However, merely the amount of power they displayed was already very shocking. It was hard to say how many geniuses there were in the 3 aristocratic families and the 7 noble clans. In short, though Chunzong was ranked 3,000th on the Divine Master list and was very powerful, he might not be able to get the only place to enter the virtual God mysterious realm in the 4th realm. Fight! Be prepared to fight for it. Soon, Chunzong was summoned by the Tianguang Peak Lord. Chunzong was surprised. Why did the Peak Lord summon him? Regardless, Chunzong immediately stopped cultivating and left the courtyard to come before the Peak Lord. Not bad. The Tianguang Peak Lord sized up Chunzong. His extraordinary perception could sense Chunzong's powerful energy. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he was. The Grand Elder was also looking at Chunzong carefully, his old face beaming. Chapter 2758. According to the plan, I was going to continue today, but unfortunately, I caught a cold and had a low fever. Now, my back hurts, my limbs are tired, my eyes are uncomfortable, my nose is blocked, and I have a headache. I'm speechless. Therefore, the 6th Tao is still writing. The planned explosion will continue, and I'll have a good rest after the explosion. So on the last day of this month, I'll ask for another round of monthly votes. The Void's Secret Land. Compete with the heavenly legends of the other peaks in the 4th realm. Chunzong wasn't the only one summoned by the Peak Lord. There was another person, the number 1 sword-holding disciple of Tianguang Peak, the big brother of Tianguang Peak, the king of Tianguang Peak. The king of Tianguang Peak was a strong man on the Divine King list. Not many people on Taihao Mountain could defeat him. This time, he applied for all of them to take the risk. As for the 6th and 7th realms, the Hall of Elders didn't approve. After all, the 6th and 7th realms were weaker on Tianguang Peak. The Void's Secret Land. Chunzong only knew that it was one of the 19 secret lands, but he didn't know what was inside. As for the king of Tianguang Peak, he knew more about it, but he had never entered it, so he only heard about it from others. The Ascension Mysterious Realm could greatly increase one's cultivation and comprehension. It was okay if he didn't have the chance, but now that he had the chance, he had to fight for it. Half a year. According to the Peak Lord, the Void Secret Land would open in half a year, and the competition for the spots would be held in about 3 months. By then, he would compete with the heavenly legends of the other peaks, and even the 8 great academies for the only spot in the 4th realm to enter the Void Secret Land. One spot was too little, and it meant that the competition would be very fierce. You too, try your best to prepare in the next 3 months and face the heavenly legends of the other peaks in your best condition. The Tianguang Peak Lord said in a serious tone. If both of them could get a spot, the benefits would be amazing. If they could get a spot, it would be good for both Chunzong and the king of Tianguang Peak. Of course, it was also very likely that they wouldn't get a spot. Yes, both Chunzong and the king of Tianguang Peak responded to the Tianguang Peak Lord in a serious tone, and then they turned and left. Upgrade. 3 months was actually a very short period of time. There was a limit to how much he could improve himself. At most, he could adjust himself to his best condition and be better prepared for the competition. Watching Chunzong and the cloud-splitting Sword King leave, the Tianguang Peak Lord's gaze was deep and distant. The cloud-breaking Sword King was the first to be nurtured by him, and Chunzong was the second. There was a lot of hope for them to win the Peak Ascension battle. He only hoped that they could do well enough. After Chunzong bid farewell to the cloud-splitting Sword King, he did not return to his courtyard. Instead, he headed towards the ominous demon secret realm. In 3 months, Chun Zong estimated that with his ability, it would be difficult for him to make any significant improvement. Instead of quietly comprehending and cultivating, it was better to enter the ominous demon's secret realm, hunt ominous demons, and devour their spirits and vitality to further strengthen his spirit and the mysterious seed's vitality. The life force of the mysterious seed was very useful for healing one's injuries. The strengthening of one's essence, qi, and spirit would also have a good effect on one's cultivation and comprehension. When casting a divine art, the stronger one's essence, qi, and spirit, the easier it would be to cast the divine art. In short, there were many benefits. While hunting ominous demons, Chun Zong could also cultivate and comprehend because he had the help of the Heart Sutra. The efficiency of the Heart Sutra, which was normally activated, was amazing. The wisp of connate clear qi that he had seized in the ominous demon's secret realms lair was completely integrated into Chun Zong's body. After returning from the netherworld, Chun Zong's spirit was able to make such a big improvement. In addition to comprehending various great Daos in the netherworld at the 5th level, it was also inseparable from the mystery of the connate clear qi. The connate clear qi had not been completely consumed and could still be of great help to Chun Zong. Once again stepping into the ominous demon's secret realm, Chun Zong began his killing spree. With his current strength, Chun Zong was not even afraid of the 4th level ultimate ominous demon that had chased him and forced him to flee. Even if he encountered some ordinary 5th level ominous demons, Chun Zong was also somewhat confident that he could escape. Of course, 5th level ominous demons were still too strong for him, and there was no need to provoke them. 3 months was actually a very short period of time. Sometimes some powerhouses would take a nap, and it would pass quickly. Gulan Peak, one of the 8 righteous peaks, was the sole peak of the Blue Ocean clan, one of the 7 major clans. All the important positions were controlled by the Blue Ocean clan, and the others had no chance at all. They could only be relegated to the periphery unless they sought refuge with the Blue Ocean clan. Longley, are you ready? An old man in a blue-gray robe asked the young man, standing in front of him in a cold tone. Grand Elder, I'm ready for everything. The young man, called Longley, had an incomparably confident smile at the corners of his mouth. Within his eyes, there seemed to be layers upon layers of turbulent waves. Within the waves, there was a vaguely tyrannical figure that was rampaging. Remember, in this competition for the Void Secret Realm, your real opponents are the people of the 3 major clans and the ultimate Sword Peak. The others are nothing to worry about. The Grand Elder of the Blue Ocean clan's tone was still cold. However, the disciples of Tianguang Peak need to be careful. Someone from Tianguang Peak is also participating in the competition for the quota for the Secret Realm. Longley was surprised inwardly. He had been behind closed doors all this time, so he didn't know. Tianguang Peak hadn't participated in the competition for the quota for the 4th realm of the Void Secret Realm for many years. He didn't expect them to participate this time. Tianguang Peak is well prepared this time. The person participating in the competition for the quota is Chun Zong. The Grand Elder of the Blue Ocean clan's tone was still cold as he said, "This person isn't an original disciple of our Taihao Mountain. He is an outsider who successfully passed the Earth Sword barrier. He was recruited by Tianguang Peak because of his excellent swordsmanship." The Blue Ocean clan had already collected all the information about Chun Zong, so they were quite clear about him. He was of low birth, and after all, he was only a disciple from an Emperor-level force in a remote universe. He was once first on the Divine General's ranking and was known as the Unparalleled Sword King. Now, he was ranked 3,000 on the Divine Lord ranking. 3,000. Longley was startled at first, but then he revealed a cold smile. What a high ranking. He has surpassed me. Although he said this, there was no fear in Longley's tone. On the contrary, it was mocking. It was indeed a mocking tone and expression. It was because his ranking on the Divine Lord ranking wasn't as high as Chun Zong's, but after a period of closed-door cultivation, his strength had increased many times. If he challenged the Divine Lord ranking again, he would definitely be ranked within the top 3,000. He He didn't care about a mere 3,000. On the ultimate sword peak, the sea of clouds was rolling over and over on a cliff. A tall figure wearing a white sword robe stood on the cliff. Her figure was graceful, but her aura was extremely cold and sharp. In an instant, sword energy gathered from all directions, condensing into 9 sword lights. They circled around the figure, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. The sword was so powerful that it seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Slash! Her red lips parted slightly, and an extremely cold voice was emitted, carrying traces of coldness. In an instant, the sword light that circled around her directly slashed out. In an instant, the meter-long sword light seemed to be stretched infinitely. It tore through the sky like an aurora, sweeping across the sea of clouds below the cliff. A rumbling sound suddenly exploded, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. A huge gap was suddenly cut open in the endless sea of clouds. The clouds on both sides surged endlessly, rolling endlessly, as if a huge wave was about to destroy everything. Yiling, it seems that your endless 9 swords has been perfected. At some point, a figure had appeared behind the white-robed figure. It was a beautiful woman who still retained her charm. She wore a gorgeous palace dress and gave off a graceful and luxurious feeling, as if she was a noble in the palace. Yes, master. The white-robed figure turned around. His face was filled with spirituality, but it was slightly cold. His voice was also somewhat cold, but his eyes were extremely sharp. It's time for the competition to enter the void secret world. Are you confident? The woman asked with a smile. The quota will definitely be mine. Yiling's tone was incomparably firm, as if the quota for the void secret world was already in his hands. At the entrance of the ominous demon secret world, a figure appeared. His entire body was filled with terrifying killing intent. Immediately after, he bowed to the stone lion that was guarding the entrance of the ominous demon secret world. Then he transformed into a sword light, exploding with incredible speed and instantly flying away. The stone lion's eyes turned and stared at the place where the sword light had left. In its human-like eyes, there was a trace of astonishment. The ominous chi that the figure carried was really too strong. It was simply impossible to imagine how many people he had killed. In the ominous demon secret world, there were only ominous demons, and only ominous demons could be killed. Then, with such a strong ominous chi, it was impossible to imagine how many ominous demons had been killed by him. He was truly like a killing maniac. However, it was quite appropriate to use the slaughter technique on the ominous demons. It was always good to kill more of these ominous demons. As the sword light flew away, the ominous chi that was entwined around his body, which was almost tangible, gradually dissipated like clouds and fog. When the sword light landed and entered Tingguang Peak, the ominous chi on his body had completely dissipated. Chunzong headed directly to the place where the Peak Lord was. For 3 months, Chunzong stayed in the ominous demon secret world, constantly searching for and killing ominous demons, mainly the 4th realm ominous demons. Perhaps it was because Chunzong hadn't completely refined the wisp of clear natural energy that he had obtained, but it was still somewhat attractive to the ominous demons. It made the ominous demons even more eager to eat Chunzong. As a result, more ominous demons were lured to attack. This saved Chunzong the time of actively searching for and killing ominous demons. There were even 5th realm ominous demons that came to attack. Fortunately, Chunzong's current strength was much stronger. After discovering them in time, he escaped under the pursuit of the 5th realm ominous demons. Kill, kill, kill. A 4th realm ominous demon was worth 1 contribution point, and the contribution points that Chunzong obtained in the ominous demon secret world in 3 months were more than 10,000. Previously, it was very shocking to obtain more than 2,000 contribution points in 1 month due to luck. This time, he obtained more than 10,000 contribution points in 3 months, which meant that more than 10,000 4th realm ominous demons have been killed by Chunzong. If this kind of killing speed was spread out, it would be absolutely shocking. Those third realm ominous demons that weren't counted in contribution points were also killed by Chunzong. Now the time was up. The competition for the quota to enter the virtual secret world was about to begin. Chapter 2759. My fever hasn't gone down even after taking the medicine. I'm tired. Taihao Peak, Taihao Mountain. This was the first time Chunzong set foot here after becoming a disciple of Taihao Mountain. He felt that the yuan qi of the universe on Taihao Peak was many times stronger and purer than that on Tianguang Peak. The concentration and purity of the yuan qi were related to cultivation and comprehension. Generally, the stronger and purer the yuan qi was, the clearer the rules of the Great Path would be, and the more beneficial it would be for cultivation and comprehension. The seventh realm swordsmen of the four main peaks, the 8 righteous peaks, and some of the 24 subsidiary peaks had all gathered here. In addition, there were also the heavenly sons who were going to participate in the competition for the quota of the virtual God's secret realm. Tianguang Peak actually sent 2 people this time. That person is Chunzong, who used to be number 1 on the Divine General's list and was known as the Unparalleled Sword King. His swordsmanship is superb, and now he's number 3,000 on the Divine Master list. Perhaps Tianguang Peak saw hope and is going to fight for it. 3,000 is indeed not low, but there are many people who are stronger than him in Taihao Mountain. It's impossible for him to get a quota. These voices were not deliberately loud or restrained. Everyone heard them, including Chunzong. However, Chunzong didn't have any special reaction to this, as if he didn't hear them. Chunzong, on the other hand, sensed numerous gazes sweeping over and landing on him. There were all sorts of gazes, some of which contained astonishing might, causing him to feel that he was unable to resist. They were very strong, high and mighty, just like gods. Some of these gazes were curious, some are probing, and some are mocking. They were all different. However, one of the gazes was full of malice, deep malice. Chunzong looked over and saw a cold gaze with a hint of mockery, sizing him up. He's from Gulan Peak, 4th realm. Then, he should be one of the candidates for the quota of the virtual God's secret realm, Chunzong thought. Chunzong didn't know about the grudge between Gulan Peak and Tianguang Peak. He only knew that there seemed to be some conflict between the 2 peaks. In any case, there was only one quota for the virtual God's secret realm. Therefore, the other 4th realm swordsmen were all his opponents and targets to defeat. Defeating all his opponents and getting the one and only quota. This was Chunzong's goal. Although he didn't know the secrets of the virtual God's secret realm, since it was one of the best secret realms among the 19 in Taihao Mountain, it must be extraordinary. Even the Peak Lord was tempted by it. If it wasn't for the fact that the Peak Lord didn't think that he had the slightest chance of getting a spot, he probably would have participated in the fight for the 7th realm as well. Chunzong swept his gaze across the crowd and looked at the other competitors. In the end, his gaze landed on a woman in a white robe with a cold expression. She was a disciple of the ultimate Sword Peak. Chunzong felt a sense of danger from the other party, a shocking sense of danger. In addition to this person, Chunzong also noticed the heavenly sons of the other 3 peaks. They all had extraordinary temperaments. Then, a figure descended as if he appeared out of thin air. He was surrounded by wisps of energy, making his body look blurry. It was as if he existed, but at the same time, it was as if he didn't exist. It was as if he was in a different world from the others. He was so profound and unpredictable. Greetings, Founding Elder 9. One by one, the swordsman bowed to the figure that seemed to appear out of thin air. Founding Elder, in Taihao Mountain, he was a supreme existence second only to the Mountain Master. He had a high status and was very powerful. It was said that every Founding Elder was at least a top-notch Monarch Realm swordsman. They even surpassed the Monarch Realm and were half a step away from the Monarch Realm and Saint Realm. They were extremely terrifying. Chunzong didn't know what it meant to be half a step away from the Saint Realm. After all, it was too far away. "Is everyone here?" said the blurry figure that seemed to exist between the layers. His voice seemed to ring directly in everyone's ears, but also seemed to come from an endless distance. It was illusory and unfathomable. Reporting to Founding Elder 9, "Everyone is here," the crowd responded immediately. The Tianguang Peak Lord also looked very respectful. "In that case, let the battle for a place in the virtual God's secret land begin," said the blurry figure. Then, he put his fingers together like a sword and drew a line in the air in front of him. Without a sound, a crack that was dozens of meters long appeared. The space was easily cut open. This scene made many people's eyelids twitch unconsciously. This was because slicing open space was actually nothing difficult for Seventh Realm Emperors. However, Elder Joe's method of slicing open space was not that simple. Instead, it was extremely profound and unfathomable. It gave others the feeling that he had done it very casually. Moreover, there was no turbulence at all at the place where the space was cut open. After dozens of breaths, the crack continued to expand to a certain size. "Everyone who wants to participate in the battle for a place in the virtual God's secret land, go in," Founding Elder 9 said calmly. "The last one to leave will get a place to enter the virtual God's secret zone," Elder 9 said calmly. Hearing this, the crowd immediately knew that the way to compete was simple and violent, but it was very appropriate. It was determined by strength. "Go in." The Tianguang Peak Lord looked at Chunzong and the cloud-breaking Sword King with a stern expression. "If you are killed in the battle inside, you will not really die. You will only be eliminated and have to leave. So, do your best to compete." Chunzong and the cloud-breaking Sword King nodded. At that moment, many figures shot up into the sky and rushed into the crack, disappearing. Chunzong and the cloud-breaking Sword King also shot up into the sky, turning into two beams of sword light. They instantly disappeared into the crack, as if they had been swallowed. The Tianguang Peak Lord stared at the two figures disappearing, secretly anticipating. One place. They had to at least get one place. Whether it was Chunzong or the cloud-breaking Sword King, as long as they could get a place and enter the virtual God secret land, they would definitely improve greatly. After Chunzong and the cloud-breaking Sword King escaped into the crack, they were separated. Fourth-level cultivators competed with fourth-level cultivators. Fifth-level cultivators competed with fifth-level cultivators. Sixth-level cultivators competed with sixth-level cultivators, and seventh-level cultivators competed with seventh-level cultivators. Otherwise, if they were mixed together, the fourth-level cultivators would be eliminated directly. In the end, only the seventh-level cultivators could benefit. The sword light fell and turned into a figure. Chunzong quickly scanned it. He sensed that this was a small world. This small world was used for the competition of the places in the virtual God secret land. Chunzong retracted his gaze and carefully sensed the fluctuations of auras. He moved and immediately turned into a beam of sword light and flew over. This small world was actually not very big. Therefore, before long, Chunzong could sense the auras of the others. There were two people who were fighting. After entering this place, they would fight to determine the winner and the loser, and in the end, the person who would get the place would be chosen. There was only one place, and there was only one winner. This method was not as simple as a one-on-one battle. It might even evolve into a chaotic battle. They were all fourth-level Supreme Realm cultivators, and each of them was very strong. It was not that easy. The two sides of the battle also sensed Chunzong's arrival. They immediately separated and stared at Chunzong. These two people came from the other peaks. "Do you want to go out by yourselves? Or do you want me to send you out?" Chunzong said unhurriedly. There was no other way. This was a competition of places, and there was only one place. Everyone wanted to get that place. Since that was the case, there was no need to be secretive and act like a gentleman. Fight! That was to beat the others out. Chunzong glanced at these two people and knew that they could not pose any threat to him. However, Chunzong's words angered these two people. They exploded in an instant and immediately attacked Chunzong. Two rays of sword light pierced through the air. One was majestic and vast, and the other was delicate and tricky. Completely different sword techniques, and sword light pierced through the air. The sword will was awe-inspiring, and the power was astonishing. In the face of these two fatal rays of sword light, Chunzong's expression did not change, and his body did not move. Just as the two rays of sword light were about to attack, Chunzong's right hand moved slowly. He casually grasped the hilt of his sword and casually pulled it out. The Guiwest sword was unsheathed, bringing with it a silver-white sword light. The sword light was somewhat dazzling. The sword slashed and then returned to its scabbard. This was not the heavenly light sword-drawing technique. It was just a slash. However, it had unknowingly incorporated some of the essence of the heavenly light sword-drawing technique. The moment the sword returned to its scabbard, the two rays of sword light that were coming toward them also dissipated in an instant. The two people were startled. Then, they were cut in half at the waist. Their figures quickly faded and turned into two rays of flowing light. They shot up into the sky and left this small world. This time, there were a total of 30 people in the fourth realm who participated in the competition for a place in the virtual God secret realm. 4 of them came from the 4 main peaks, 8 from the 8th principal peak, and 18 from the 24 subsidiary peaks. 6 of the subsidiary peaks did not participate. It was not that they did not want to participate, but that they could not pass the examination and were not qualified to participate. It was the same for Tianguang Peak in the past. However, this time, Chunzong appeared. The disciples of the 2 subsidiary peaks were also very unlucky. They encountered Chunzong immediately and were eliminated directly. Of course, with their strength, even if they were not eliminated by Chunzong now, they would be eliminated by other powerhouses. Chunzong's expression did not change in the slightest after killing and eliminating 2 competitors with a single slash. The strength of the 2 people was not bad. They were both powerhouses on the Divine Lord list. Of course, their rankings were not as high as Chunzong's. However, Chunzong, who had stayed in the mysterious realm of fierce demons for 3 months, had improved his strength a lot. He was strong enough to enter the top 3,000 on the Divine Lord list. No one knew what kind of slaughter Chunzong had gone through in those 3 months in the ominous demon secret territory. Those kinds of battles and killings were intense, and they further stimulated Chunzong's amazing potential. Although his cultivation was still in the 4th realm, and although his great path was the same as 3 months ago, in terms of application, he had improved a lot. After killing the 2 competitors easily, Chunzong continued to move forward, looking for opponents. Eliminated. As long as he eliminated the others, the only place in the virtual God secret realm would be his. Of course, there were many people who had the same idea as Chunzong. It could be said that everyone who entered this small world to participate in the competition for a place had the same idea. Otherwise, they would not have come in. Chapter 2760. Third update. In a mini-world, there was a calm lake. The lake water was blue, as if it was reflecting the sky. However, the sky was not blue, but turbid. The lake was like a mirror. It was motionless, without any ripples or aura. It was like stagnant water. Chunzong walked by the calm lake unhurriedly. Suddenly, a subtle ripple appeared. Then, a subtle sword radiance came out of the lake silently. It burst out at an incomparable speed, like an aurora, and directly attacked Chunzong's back. Extremely fast. It was unbelievably fast, so sudden, and so difficult to guard against. Even before the surprise attack, Chunzong did not feel any aura fluctuation. It was really too amazing. The sword radiance pierced through the air and directly pierced Chunzong's back. It was about to pierce through Chunzong's back and kill him directly. In the blink of an eye, the sword radiance flashed and immediately pierced through Chunzong's body. Then, Chunzong's body collapsed and dispersed. Oh no! The attacker had a smug look on his face, but then his expression changed. He quickly turned into a sword radiance and escaped into the lake, disappearing. Chunzong's figure reappeared. His eyes were fixed on the lake, which had returned to its calm state. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, as if he wanted to see through the lake's surface. But for some reason, the lake's surface seemed to be solid and difficult to see through. In an instant, a silver-white light appeared in Chunzong's eyes, as if the sword radiance was condensed. The light burst out, and the calm lake seemed to become transparent. A figure was lurking in the lake, as if it had become one with the lake. There was no aura leaking out. Found it. Chunzong smiled slightly and immediately drew his sword. The Guiwei sword was unsheathed. It pierced through the air and directly stabbed into the calm lake. The sword beam broke through the water, but did not cause the slightest splash or ripple. It was as if the sword beam did not exist. However, the person hiding at the bottom of the water was directly hit by the sword. The mysteriousness of the sword seemed to be incomparably fast. It made him feel as if he could not dodge it. Not only could he not dodge it, he did not even feel it before he was directly hit by the sword. Fortunately, the power of that sword strike was not particularly strong. Being stabbed, he was only injured. Anger. In an instant, the power was completely unleashed. The calm lake water was agitated in an instant. It was as if 10,000 tons of power had exploded in an instant. It directly shot up into the sky and transformed into a giant snake, directly attacking Chunzong. The giant snake carried an astonishing amount of the power of the great path of water. It wanted to defeat Chunzong with a single strike. In the middle of the gigantic snake, a sword light suddenly appeared. That was the real attack. As for the gigantic snake, it was just a feint. Even though it was a feint, it still had a terrifying power and couldn't be underestimated. However, the real attack was the sword light. It was a very clever move, but Chunzong had already seen through it. Draw the sword. Slash. In just an instant, the sword light condensed into a point and pierced through the air. Idealism. The speed of the sword was even faster. It arrived in an instant, ignoring the gigantic snake and directly stabbing at the sword light hidden in it. How did you find out? The figure hiding in the gigantic snake was suddenly shocked. However, Chunzong did not answer him. Or rather, Chunzong's answer was to kill him with a single strike. The sword light was continuous, like the water of a long river. The waves were surging, mighty, and endless. Sword after sword, they formed a silver-white aurora and shot out brazenly. This was not a unique technique, but a swordsmanship. It was a powerful swordsmanship formed by combining in an amazing and mysterious way. Attack! The gigantic water snake collapsed directly, revealing a figure who was constantly waving his sword to resist Chunzong's attacks. It was too fast. Chunzong's sword was too fast. Not only was it extremely fast, but it was also like an aurora. There was also a kind of continuous flow, like the water of a long river flowing endlessly. As a result, the opponent could only continuously resist. It was difficult for him to burst out with his ultimate skill. It was not that he was unable to use his unique technique, but that he couldn't find the right opportunity to do so. As long as his sword dared to stop for a moment, he would immediately be hit. Not only that, but he also found that he couldn't retreat and widen the distance between them. His opponent's sword seemed to be able to penetrate everything. The momentum was like a storm, continuous, and the power contained in it was very terrifying and unpredictable. In the end, he couldn't resist the sword. His defensive momentum collapsed like a dam being broken by a torrent. It was out of control. In just an instant, his body was continuously hit by the sword. How can the sword be so fast? Before he died, his face was full of disbelief. He couldn't imagine that one day, he would be suppressed by someone's extremely fast sword to the point where he couldn't even use his unique technique. He couldn't even widen the distance between them. It was as if he was completely locked on. The speed of the sword and the swordsmanship were extraordinary. Seeing his opponent turn into a beam of light and disappear, Chunzong smiled. Sure enough, the 3 months of killing in the mysterious realm of fierce demons had brought him unimaginable benefits. Although the power of his swordsmanship hadn't reached the moon-class level, it had reached the peak of the star-level level. The most important thing was the application. In the 3 months of killing, the application of his swordsmanship directly improved by a lot. The combination of his previous cultivation, comprehension, battles, the fierce battle in the undead world, and the help of the natural clear chi finally exploded. Although the 4 great path sword techniques had not been merged, they were used with ease. There was no pause in the switching between them. It was so natural, so smooth and flowing. It was because of such superb swordsmanship that he was able to suppress and defeat his opponent without using any of his unique techniques. Chunzong also realized that superb swordsmanship was indeed terrifying. If it was used well, it could even surpass some unique techniques. There were 30 people who entered the mysterious realm. Now, 3 of them were eliminated by him. There should be less than 20 people left now. Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. There were only a few people who could truly pose a threat to Chunzong in this battle for a spot in the Void God Secret Zone. Chunzong also knew that the strongest cultivator in the 4th realm of Taihao Mountain was ranked 7th on the Divine Lord list. However, the expert ranked 7th didn't participate in the competition for places to enter the mysterious realm. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete, but that he wasn't in Taihao Mountain. All in all, among the 30 people in this competition for places to enter the mysterious realm, the highest ranking on the Divine Lord list was in the top 1,000. His name was Yi Ling, known as Sword Sovereign Immortal Spirit. He was the genius of Ultimate Sword Peak, one of the 4 main peaks. Chunzong had a feeling that this person might be his biggest rival in this competition for places to enter the mysterious realm. He was ranked 163rd on the Divine Lord list. Chunzong didn't know how strong this person was. He didn't have much of an idea, but he was definitely very strong. Fortunately, the 7th-ranked person did not participate. The 10th-ranked person also did not participate. The 20th-ranked person, 30th-ranked person, and so on also did not participate. Otherwise, the competition this time around would be even more intense, and the difficulty would also be even greater. It was also because of this that the Tianguang Peak Lord hoped that Chunzong could win a place. If all the experts ranked in the top 100 were here, no, only one would be enough. The others wouldn't have much hope. The gap between the top 100 and those ranked below was unimaginable. It was like a natural chasm. It was even more so for the top 10. Therefore, the experts and geniuses in the top 100 of the Divine Lord list of Taihao Mountain didn't participate, giving the others a chance. Of course, it didn't need to participate because the top 100 of the Divine Lord list could directly obtain a place to enter the mysterious realm. This was a privilege that belonged to the top 100 of the Divine Lord list. If Chunzong was also in the top 100 of the Divine Lord list, he also wouldn't need to compete for a place. Battles were also taking place in other places in the small world. Some people won, and some lost. The winners stayed, and the losers were eliminated. I asked you to leave, but you didn't want me to do it. Longley looked in front of him with a cold smile. That person's body was covered with sword wounds that crisscrossed with each other. He looked to be dripping with blood and was in a very sorry state. Immediately after, Longley slashed out with his sword again. The sword light tore through the air like an angry dragon and directly exploded his opponent. It was extremely violent. Fortunately, he wouldn't really die. Yiling's feet were suspended in the air. His feet didn't touch the ground as he floated in the air. Cold sword light surrounded him. The sword light was as clear and cold as water and the moon. There were a total of 9 of them, and they moved nimbly around Yiling. It seemed simple, but in fact, they surrounded Yiling's body and were enough to block all attacks, no matter where they came from. Suddenly, a sword light pierced through the air from behind a rock. The sword light was extremely hot, and it instantly struck down like a raging fire. It was extremely violent and destroyed everything. The rock melted into molten iron under the high temperature. At the same time, the sword light on Yiling's body rose. One of them expanded in an instant and emitted an extremely intense light. It rose into the air and immediately broke apart the raging sword light that struck down. The figure behind the raging sword light was directly cut in half. His face was filled with shock. He didn't expect that his surprise attack would not succeed. Instead, he was directly killed. From beginning to end, Yiling's expression didn't change at all. He didn't even turn his head. The difference in strength was too great and too obvious. They weren't on the same level at all. Even though Yiling wasn't ranked in the top 100 of the Divine Lord list, he was still ranked in the top 100. His strength was extremely terrifying. There was no need for him to attack. Just the endless 9 swords were enough to kill and defeat all his enemies. In other places, the top geniuses of the 3 great clans also defeated some of their opponents and eliminated them. Soon, there were less than 10 people left in the small world. 30,000th place on the Divine Lord list. What a high ranking. Come, let me see how capable you are. Longley stared at Chunzong with a sinister smile on his lips. He approached step by step, and the tyrannical sword force on his body continued to gather and rise, becoming more and more tyrannical. Vaguely, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard, sweeping toward them. Chapter 2761. I'm too tired, so I can't update the 5th. I'll take some medicine tonight and have a good rest. Let's see if I can recover a little tomorrow and continue to explode. I'll ask for another wave of monthly votes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The momentum became more and more intense. It faintly contained the might of rolling thunder that swept over from afar. Chunzong stared and saw that as Longley moved forward, an illusory image of a blue ocean appeared behind him. The waves surged as if they were gradually condensing into a solid form. They exuded a powerful and majestic might that overflowed to the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. In the increasingly clear and solid ocean, a black shadow vaguely appeared. At first, it was small, but it slowly grew larger. It was as if a distant ocean was cruising over, bringing with it a terrifying and ferocious might. This was sword momentum. It was Long Li's sword momentum. The overflowing sword momentum was extremely shocking. Chunzong's figure did not move as he withstood the attack of his opponent's increasingly powerful sword momentum. However, his eyes narrowed slightly as information about his opponent flashed through his mind. The raging dragon swordsman, Long Li, was a top genius of the way of the sword from the Lanhai clan of Gulan Peak. He was ranked in the top 3,000 on the Divine Lord list. In terms of ranking, he was indeed inferior to the top 3,000. However, his ranking was from 5 years ago. In other words, he had not challenged the Divine Lord list for 5 years. Then, how strong would he be after 5 years? It was hard to say. However, Chunzong did feel a considerable threat from his opponent. This person's strength might not be in the top 3,000 of the Divine Lord list. He might even be able to charge into the top 3,000. A strong opponent. Chunzong's heart immediately surged with excitement and fighting spirit. Although he had encountered a few opponents since entering the small world, he had easily defeated them. Although winning was a good thing, he was still a little depressed that he did not fight to his heart's content. Chunzong liked to fight. Only when the opponent was strong enough could he better stimulate his fighting spirit and stimulate more of his potential. He hoped that Longley would allow him to display his strength to his heart's content. Step by step, Longley stepped forward. Ripples of water spread out under his feet, becoming more and more obvious. Gradually, countless ripples of water spread out and turned into a surface of water. Longley's entire person seemed to be walking on the surface of a deep blue sea, stepping on the waves as he approached. He drew his sword. As the dark blue sword was unsheathed inch by inch, the sword force on Long Li's body became increasingly vigorous and majestic. It was as vast as the ocean, and layers of invisible sword pressure bombarded Chunzong out of thin air, as if it wanted to suppress him. A frightening sword aura also erupted along with it. It was accompanied by the roar of an angry dragon as it rumbled towards Lindong. The superposition of sword aura and sword aura caused the might of this attack to become even more tyrannical. At the same time, Chunzong also unleashed his sword essence to the extreme. The 5th realm sword intent was extremely shocking and sharp. It immediately blocked Long Li's oppressive aura and even broke through the stacked sword force and sword intent. Long Li's expression abruptly changed. His sword intent was only at the 4th level, not the 5th. He drew his sword. Sword intent was not the only factor that determined one's strength. As the sword was completely unsheathed, the terrifying sword aura also erupted to the extreme. Chop! A dark blue sword light directly broke through the attack, as if it was accompanied by a huge wave. This was not the blue ocean sword technique, but a great path sword technique that was created based on the blue ocean sword technique. It was more compatible with oneself. The blue ocean sword technique was the foundation. After cultivating it to a certain level, one would gradually understand its mysteries, analyze it, and combine it with one's own cultivation path. Finally, one would create a sword technique that was completely compatible with oneself, and then continuously improve and improve it. It was also because it was born from the blue ocean sword technique that this sword technique had the shadow and mysteries of the blue ocean sword technique. The returning moon sword was also unsheathed in an instant. As it was unsheathed, it used some of the mysteries of the sword drawing technique to directly break through the attack, causing the power of the first strike to increase by several times. This was one of the rewards Chun Zong obtained after 3 months of high-intensity killing in the fierce demon secret realm. The heavenly light sword drawing technique was extremely mysterious. Chun Zong constantly comprehended and mastered its mysteries. Although he still only scratched the surface of the heavenly light sword drawing technique, it was more profound. Moreover, Chun Zong also comprehended some of the mysteries of the sword drawing technique from it and integrated it into the normal drawing of the sword. When the sword was drawn, the power of the sword technique was directly displayed. This caused the first strike of the sword to increase the power of the sword technique by several times. Although it was not as obvious as the increase of several times, it was still very extraordinary. The first strike directly displayed an astonishing elegance. Long Li was shocked. He did not expect that Chun Zong would launch such a powerful attack as soon as he drew his sword. Not only that, but the power of the first strike of Chun Zong's sword was already very shocking. It was very close to a low-grade, moon-class secret art. Following that, the second strike arrived. Although the power of the second strike had decreased, one strike followed after another. Every strike was continuous, like a surging river without the slightest pause. Not only that, the first strike was erratic and unpredictable, but the next strike became domineering and powerful. Then, it became silent and killed through the void. Then, it became incomparably vigorous and shocking. Heart Sword Technique, World Sword Technique, Boundless Sword Technique, Tidal Dragon Sword Technique. Each of these 4 top-notch Great Path Sword techniques had been cultivated to an extremely profound level by Chun Zong. They were only a hair's breadth away from a moon-class secret art. In terms of application, they were even more unique. The 4 Great Path Sword techniques were used alternately, and the changes between them did not have the slightest delay or pause. They were extremely compatible and smooth. For a moment, Long Li was actually suppressed in terms of sword technique. Long Li's expression changed greatly. How could this be? How could the other party's sword technique be so superb? Once it was used, it was even more shocking than a storm. The storm aside, there were sometimes sword strikes that were not very fast or very strong, but they were very mysterious. They seemed to be at the peak of perfection, and there were no flaws to be found. Suppression. The feeling of being suppressed was incomparably sullen. Previously, the First Elder had said that Chun Zong's sword technique was superb, but Long Li actually did not pay too much attention to it. Which sword cultivator on the Divine Lord ranking would have weak sword technique? It was simply unimaginable. This kind of sword technique could no longer be described as superb. However, Long Li's strength was also very strong. He was not comparable to Chun Zong's previous opponents. Chun Zong's sword technique could not completely suppress him. The power of his bloodline abruptly erupted. Long Li's entire body was dyed by a layer of deep blue. It emanated a deep light that covered every inch of his body. A monstrous might abruptly erupted. It was like layers upon layers of enormous waves that bombarded the surroundings. It was extremely powerful. The ground shattered, the sky shook, and the surroundings turned into a sea. It was as if the end of the sea could not be seen. A huge wave surged and then soared into the sky, lifting Long Li's body up high. He was like a god of the sea, exuding an incomparably astonishing might. His entire person seemed to have become one with the waves and the entire sea under his feet. Shenzong was also above the sea. His feet were suspended in the air, but he could feel waves of pressure sweeping in from all directions. They were constantly attacking him. Each wave of impact was not very strong, but they kept stacking up, causing Shenzong to fall into a state of being entangled. The pressure was heavy, and it was as if he could not be released. He felt like he wanted to fight with all his might, but it was difficult to do so. You are very lucky to be able to personally experience the results of my 5 years of seclusion. Longley smiled. That smile contained some pride. Indeed, he had been in seclusion for 5 years and constantly cultivated. Finally, he had further developed his bloodline and reached a higher level. It was enough to compare with the 5th-level cultivators of the Blue Ocean clan. The power of the sea transformation secret technique unleashed by this superb bloodline was even more astonishing. It enveloped an area. Rumble. As Longley swung his sword, a wave suddenly erupted. Then it turned into a water sword and exploded with an incomparably astonishing power. It directly broke through and attacked. Shenzong's figure flashed. He wanted to dodge, but he discovered that his feet had been entangled by a water chain. It was like a water snake that silently wound around Shenzong's feet and quickly spread to his calves. The silver sword body was fully activated, and the water chain under his feet was directly shattered. However, the water sword had already broken through the air and struck down. The power it carried was extremely astonishing. Although it was formed by water, it had a terrifying power that could shatter mountains. Since he could not dodge, he could only meet the attack head-on. With a slash of the sword, the sea-splitting sword energy was activated to the extreme in an instant. The water sword shattered, but Shenzong also felt a powerful impact, causing his body to lean back. However, his feet were once again entangled by the water chain. This caused Shenzong's entire body to lean back, but his feet could not retreat. He was about to fall back. Although he would not truly fall, under such circumstances, he would immediately lose his balance. Even if he could adjust in an instant, a flaw had already appeared. The water swords had already been formed and once again attacked. Longley completely grasped the instantaneous opportunity. Shenzong's body leaned back. In an instant, he swayed very naturally. It was like a bamboo that was blown to the extreme, but it was not broken. Instead, it bounced back in an instant and exploded with an incomparably astonishing power, tearing and shattering the gale. Strong bamboo in the wind. This was not a move, nor was it an absolute art. It was merely a small technique. It was a small technique that Shenzong had mastered a long time ago. It had accompanied him for a period of time, and he had defeated many strong enemies. After that, as he continued to grow stronger, this small technique gradually became unnecessary. Today, Shenzong used it again. He was not unfamiliar with it at all. It was as if it had already become part of his blood and bones. Under the technique of strong bamboo in the wind, Shenzong's counterattack was even more powerful. The second water sword was shattered, but Shenzong's body was also blown back by the attack. However, he was not in a sorry state at all. On the contrary, he was like an unyielding bamboo in the wind. Longley's face was filled with astonishment. Under his powerful attack, Shenzong had actually withstood it and even shattered the water swords one after another. It was simply unbelievable. If that's the case, then I'll let you know how powerful I am. Longley's roar was accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that was filled with anger. In an instant, the shadow of a giant beast soared into the sky from the sea behind him. A dragon. Chapter 2762. Author's note. My fever has subsided and I'm in a better state, but I haven't fully recovered. However, I'm going to explode again today. Here's the first update. The sea was vast and turbulent. A sea dragon that was dozens of meters tall broke out of the sea. Its lantern-like eyes were deep and unfathomable. In the depths of its eyes, it was as if a raging sea was raging. Its might was astonishing. Being stared at, Shenzong's expression changed unconsciously. A feeling of fear and trepidation arose out of nowhere. That sea dragon seemed to be a real existence. It was like a terrifying sea beast. Its might was astonishing to the extreme. It felt even more terrifying than the ultimate form of ferocious demons. Roar! The body of the sea dragon that was dozens of meters tall trembled. It suddenly opened its huge mouth and let out a furious roar at Chunzong. The roar turned into rolling sound waves that carried the astonishing might of shattering mountains. It directly blasted toward Chunzong, as if it wanted to shatter Chunzong's body with its roar. It ends here. A ferocious look suddenly erupted from the depths of Long Li's eyes. The sea dragon behind him suddenly soared into the sky. Its huge body completely broke out of the sea. It was more than 100 meters tall, and the ferocious might it exuded skyrocketed once again. Raging dragon, accompanied by the resounding roar of the sea dragon. Long Li's voice was also filled with astonishing might. It surged like a tsunami, overturning the sea. Rumble! The sea boiled, surged, and raged. In an instant, an unparalleled mighty force erupted, as if it could destroy everything. Accompanied by the power of the huge sea dragon, it was as if the power of the entire sea had been gathered in an instant and blasted toward Chunzong, all for the sake of directly killing Chunzong. This power was monstrous. Chunzong's expression changed drastically. The feeling of being wiped out came from all directions and exploded from the bottom of his heart. This was Long Li's strongest attack. Its might was terrifying to the extreme, and it was also beyond Long Li's expectations. This was because after coming out of seclusion for 5 years, he had yet to truly use this move. Now that he had used it, its divine might was extremely shocking. It was enough to truly shatter a mountain. It was as if the divine might of nature was vast and mighty, destroying everything. He couldn't block it. Chunzong knew that he wouldn't be able to block this strike even if he used all of his strength to enhance his sword-sharpening technique. After all, this strike was too powerful. It was at the peak of Moon Class, and it was very close to Sun Class. The difference between a Moon Class technique and a Sun Class technique was hard to describe. If a Moon Class technique was a Level 4 technique, then a Sun Class technique was almost impossible to master before reaching the Level 5 realm. That was a leap in level, an enormous gap. Even though this strike wasn't a Sun CLA's ultimate technique, it was very close, and its power was terrifying. Chunzong thought that the various unique skills he had mastered were not weak, but even with the enhancement of the sword-sharpening technique, he could not reach such a level. However, Chunzong didn't panic. He activated his silver sword body to the extreme, and his sea-splitting sword energy also exploded to the extreme. Then, the Space Taoist Seal appeared. It was the ultimate Space Taoist Seal. Chunzong raised his left hand, and a cold light gathered at his fingertip. In an instant, the Space Taoist Seal seemed to shatter, and it turned into an extremely pure energy that directly rushed into Chunzong's fingertip. Then, he pointed it out casually and naturally. Finger-pointing technique. In an instant, the wind stopped and the waves stopped. The surging waves froze in an instant. They maintained their surging posture, but it was as if they had been restrained. The sea dragon that had soared into the sky with tens of thousands of tons of water power also froze and did not move. The space was directly frozen. At the same time, the power of the ultimate Space Taoist Seal was depleted, and half of Chunzong's essence, energy, and spirit were also depleted. Similarly, 30% of his silver sword energy was also depleted. When the Godly Demon Sword Codex was still at the first level, the sword energy was not strong enough, and it couldn't be used at all when performing divine skills. However, after Chunzong cultivated the second level of the Godly Demon Sword Codex, he mastered the sea-splitting sword energy, which was more than 10 times stronger than the mountain-crushing sword energy. Not only that, the level of the sea-splitting sword energy had surpassed the mountain-crushing sword energy, and it could finally have a certain effect on divine skills. Even though it was only 30%, it increased the power of divine skills by a lot. Freeze! Chunzong tapped out with his finger. Everything seemed to have solidified, transforming into a painting scroll. A painting scroll that contained a towering might, extremely lifelike. 50% of his essence, energy, and spirit had been depleted, but the remaining 50% didn't affect Chunzong much. This was a rare opportunity, and Chunzong erupted again. He took a step forward, and, as if the world was right in front of him, he directly appeared in front of Long Li. The Guiwei sword that had returned to its sheath was also drawn in an instant. Slash! Under the amplification of the 5th level of the sword sharpening technique, this sword directly exploded with shocking divine power, as if it could cut through everything. It directly cut through the defensive power on Long Li's body, and also cut through Long Li's neck. Even until death, Long Li had a look of disbelief on his face. How could he have lost? How could he have lost? 5 years of closed-door cultivation. For a top genius, 5 years of closed-door cultivation was astonishing, especially when the power of his bloodline had improved. The increase was indescribable. This time, he had come out of closed-door cultivation to compete for the slot to enter the Void God's secret land. If he could get a slot to enter the Void God's secret land, he believed that with his talent, he would be able to improve greatly and become even more powerful. However, he didn't expect that he would be ruined here at the hands of someone he didn't care much about. In an instant, Long Li turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, leaving this small world. The sea also disappeared as if it had never appeared. Chunzong landed on the ground, and the Guiwei sword returned to its sheath. He immediately circulated the technique and used all his strength to recover the energy that he had just consumed. Even if the sea-splitting sword energy was very majestic, it could not withstand such a consumption. In addition, his essence, qi, and spirit also needed to be recovered. However, only 50% of his essence, qi, and spirit were instantly consumed. For Chunzong, it was not much of a hindrance. The 3 months of slaughter in the ferocious demon secret land had further strengthened Chunzong's essence, qi, and spirit. Previously, when Chunzong used the finger-pointing technique for the first time, 90% of his essence, qi, and spirit had been directly consumed, and his entire person had fallen into a dispirited state. However, now, only 50% was consumed. Comparing 50% to 10%, there was a difference of 40%. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now, Chunzong's essence, qi, and spirit were so strong that it was enough to surpass many 5th-level cultivators. His essence, qi, and spirit, as well as the sea-splitting sword energy, were recovering at an astonishing speed. Elsewhere, the battle continued. When Chunzong's essence, qi, spirit, and strength were completely recovered, he opened his eyes, and they shone brightly as he stared straight ahead. A figure surrounded by sword light appeared, and it was constantly approaching him. Chunzong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. He could clearly feel that there was a shocking sword essence in front of him, and it was overwhelming. It was simply unimaginable. That sword essence seemed to be able to split the air and the ground, and it also seemed to be able to freeze everything and destroy all life. It was extremely powerful. 5th-level sword essence. Chunzong said in a low voice. While his expression was solemn, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. It was battle intent. His sword essence was at the 5th level, and his opponent's sword essence was also at the 5th level. Moreover, he felt that his opponent's sword essence was even stronger than his. Yiling, Sword Saint True Spirit. He was the top sword principal genius of the Ultimate Sword Peak, and a super genius ranked 163 on the Divine Lord list. Yiling's gaze also focused on him, and their sword essences collided across the air. "You're the only one left," Yiling said. His cold voice was like an ice spring, and it came with a chill that contained an astonishing sharpness. Chunzong immediately understood what his opponent meant. Out of the 30 geniuses, the rest had been eliminated, and only he and Yiling were left. In other words, this battle was the final battle, and it was the battle of the spots. Although he did not know why Yiling said that, he did not think that Yiling would lie, and there was no need for that. The geniuses from the four main peaks and the 8 main peaks were not weak, especially the 4 main peaks. Apart from the ultimate sword peak, the other peaks were controlled by the 3 aristocratic families. They either had extraordinary bloodlines, excellent innate constitutions, or had extraordinary comprehension of the Great Path. However, they were all eliminated. From this, one could see how powerful Ling was. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong's expression became more and more solemn. Strong opponent, regardless of age or gender. Although his expression became more and more solemn, Chunzong's heart was surging. His blood was boiling, and silver-white, divine patterns appeared and covered his entire body. Of course, he had to fight with all his strength. Draw the sword. Slash! In an instant, the sword light broke through the air and turned into a crescent moon in the air, as if it was going to tear the heavens and the earth apart. At the same time, Chunzong narrowed his eyes and stared at Ling to see how Ling would respond. However, Ling did not make a move. One of the 9 sword lights around him suddenly exploded, emitting an astonishing light. It was incomparably bright, and it broke through the air in an instant. The crescent moon sword light was directly shattered, and then the sword light flashed through the sky with an extremely shocking speed. Moreover, an extremely icy cold and ghastly sword insight assaulted his face along with it, causing Chunzong's entire body to unconsciously tremble as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. This kind of coldness was not the coldness of a drop in temperature, but the coldness of an extremely sharp weapon. It was so cold that it penetrated one's bones. Chunzong met the attack with his sword. The moment the sword light collided with Chunzong's, he immediately felt a terrifying burst of power. The astonishing sharpness also followed, as if it had passed through the Guiwei sword and directly attacked his body. The ear-piercing sound of metal colliding exploded. The sound waves were shattered, and the ground cracked. Chunzong unconsciously slid back a few meters, but the sword light did not stop at all and attacked again. Ling's expression did not change. His feet floated in the air, and the remaining 8 sword lights surrounded him, firmly protecting him. He could both attack and defend. Chunzong swung his sword and performed swordsmanship to block the attack of the sword light. It felt as if there was an invisible swordsmanship expert who was continuously performing superb swordsmanship with the sword light. Moreover, the sword light seemed to be solid, like a Dao weapon. It collided with the Guiwei sword again and again, but there was no sign of it breaking. Chunzong could not help but think. Before entering, the Peak Lord had given him some information about the heavenly legends of the other peaks. Among them, there was mention of Ling of the Ultimate Sword Peak. She cultivated one of the strongest inheritances of the Ultimate Sword Peak, the Endless 9 Swords. It was not easy to cultivate the Endless 9 Swords. It required a corresponding talent in swordsmanship. In other words, not everyone could cultivate it. There were not many people in the 4th realm of the Ultimate Sword Peak who could cultivate the Endless 9 Swords. There was only one person who had cultivated it to a high level, and that was Ling. With the Endless 9 Swords, she had killed her way into the top 100 of the Divine Lord list. It was extremely amazing. If one wanted to cultivate the Endless 9 Swords, they had to prepare a good number of Dao weapons. Now that Ling had mastered 9 sword lights, she had cultivated the Endless 9 Swords to perfection. She needed a total of 9 Dao weapons. Chapter 2763. Second update, Sword Sharpening Skill. Slash. An extremely powerful sword attack suddenly broke out and hit the sword radiance. After 3 consecutive slashes, the sword radiance was shattered and turned into countless pieces of broken light that sputtered everywhere. In order to cultivate the Endless 9 Swords, one would need a Sword Dao Divine weapon. 9 sword lights meant 9 Sword Dao Divine weapons. Not only that, in the future, one would need to constantly advance in order to increase the power of the 9 sword lights. How to improve it? The most direct way was to absorb the essence of various sword-making materials. The power of the 9 sword radiances was equivalent to that of a middle-grade Dao weapon. Unexpectedly, they were broken by Chunzong. Yiling's expression, which had never changed since ancient times, changed in an instant. Her pupils contracted. Then, as she pointed her finger forward like a sword, the two sword radiances around her immediately flew out and flew toward Chunzong at an amazing speed. At the same time, the sword radiances that had been broken by Chunzong were rapidly reforming. At this speed, they would reform and return to their original state in a dozen breaths. Two streaks of sword light arrived, immediately bringing Chunzong even greater pressure. However, it was impossible to defeat Chunzong with just two sword radiances. Immediately, Yiling's sword fingers moved again, and two more sword radiances attacked Chunzong. Four sword radiances besieged Chunzong from all directions. The pressure on Chunzong increased again. Chunzong took a step forward, and his figure suddenly flashed. In an instant, he rushed forward and approached Yiling. Chunzong's powerful swordsmanship could only be unleashed to its fullest potential in close-quarters combat. However, the Endless Nine Swords was different. It was not a swordsmanship for close combat. Once Chunzong got close to her, Yiling would lose some of her advantage. Yiling's eyes flickered with a sharp light. She moved her sword fingers, creating a mysterious trajectory. Immediately, four sword lights revolved around each other, creating a unique connection between them, truly trapping Chunzong. Sword array. Square sword formation. East, south, west, and north. They trapped Chunzong from four different directions. Under the square sword formation, Chunzong paused and could no longer approach Yiling. The secret of the sword formation was that the weak could defeat the strong. The Endless Nine Swords and sword formation were all Yiling had learned. The square sword formation was running, and the sword radiance attacked Chunzong from four directions. Chunzong could only wave his sword to defend himself. For a moment, Chunzong couldn't break out of the formation, and Yiling couldn't do anything to Chunzong either, because Chunzong's swordsmanship was too excellent. Yiling's eyes became even brighter and sharper as the shattered sword lights gathered together. The four sword lights around him suddenly soared into the sky, paused a few hundred meters in the air, and then began to spin. The four streaks of sword light approached each other, gathered, and merged into an even more powerful sword light. The sword light directly locked onto Chunzong and shot down from the sky. That attack was earth-shattering. That attack could destroy stars and moons. That attack could shatter mountains and crack the earth. Chunzong's expression changed drastically. The sword will of the terrifying sword had reached its peak, and it made him tremble. It was even more powerful and terrifying than the ultimate move that Long Li had unleashed earlier. Was this the strength of someone ranked in the top 100 on the Divine Lord list? He couldn't block it. Even with the protection of the space-splitting ring, he couldn't block it. Chunzong knew very well that he couldn't block the attack at all. Once he was hit, regardless of whether he resisted or not, he would be defeated. He might even be killed and eliminated, and he wouldn't be able to enter the virtual God's secret realm. Finger-pointing technique. Chunzong had no choice but to unleash his spatial divine skill again. With a point of his finger, the power of the spatial Dao seal was once again depleted. 50% of his essence, qi, and spirit were also instantly depleted. 30% of his sword energy was also depleted. It was as if they had evaporated in an instant. All of them merged into his finger, and he pointed it out. The almost transparent silver light suddenly appeared and burst out in an instant. Energy ripples swept out, and the surrounding space was directly frozen. The square sword formation that surrounded Chunzong also stopped operating in an instant. However, the huge sword light that shot down from the sky trembled slightly, as if it was going to break free at any time. With his power fully unleashed, Chunzong turned into a streak of sword light. He rolled up in the air and charged directly at Yiling. He closed in on him in an instant, and the Gui West sword was unsheathed. The fifth level of the sword sharpening technique. Idealism. Under the boost of the unsheathing of the sword, the power of the extremely powerful sword directly increased by several times. Logically speaking, with such an extremely powerful sword, Yiling was stopped by the finger-pointing technique. there was no way for him to dodge. Yiling's eyes revealed a touch of fear. However, at the moment when Chunzong's extremely powerful sword broke through the air to kill, the last streak of sword light that surrounded Yiling suddenly burst out. As if it had broken free of the imprisonment, it drew a mysterious trajectory and directly blocked Chunzong's sword strike. However, the power of Chunzong's sword strike was extremely powerful and terrifying. The sword light was defeated in an instant, but it also bought a moment for Yiling to break free of the imprisonment of the space-fixing technique. He immediately turned into light and shadow, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. The square sword formation broke free of the imprisonment of the space-fixing book and quickly chased after Chunzong. The streak of sword light in the sky once again locked onto Chunzong and directly shot down. Chunzong immediately used his body movement and turned into a streak of sword light. The sword light slashed again and again, shattering streaks of light and shadow. At the same time, he dodged the square sword formation and was no longer trapped by it. Chunzong's thoughts were turning rapidly. His thoughts flashed like lightning. He could not be trapped by the square sword formation again, or it would be difficult to escape. He could not be shot down by the sword light in the sky, or he would not be able to resist at all. He had to kill Yiling. Moreover, he had to kill him in one blow. There was no chance for him to escape. Chunzong thought that the previous sword strike would work, but he underestimated the mystery of the endless 9 swords. It was amazing that it could defend itself automatically. If that streak of sword light had not automatically resisted Chunzong's idealism, Yiling would have been killed by that sword strike. Divine skills were so amazing that they could sometimes turn the tide of the battle. In terms of ranking on the Divine Lord list, Chunzong was far inferior to Yiling. The gap was too big. Even though Chunzong's strength had improved greatly after 3 months of high-intensity battles and killings in the fierce demon secret realm, and he was confident that he could be ranked in the top 3,000, he definitely could not be ranked in the top 1,000. However, the divine skill gave him the possibility to compete with his opponent. It was just that it was not easy to use the divine skill, and it consumed too much energy. Looking at his opponent again, it seemed that he had not used his full strength. Now that things have come to this, I can only take the risk, Chunzong said to himself, and a flash of determination flashed in his eyes. The gap in strength was obvious. He was no match for his opponent with normal means. If he continued, once he was trapped in the sword formation, it would be difficult to get out. The finger-pointing technique could not be used again in a short period of time. The power of the Space Dao Seal had not recovered. Now, the only thing he could rely on was another divine skill, the Swordway Divine Skill, the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique. The finger-pointing technique did not have any offensive ability and was considered a type of auxiliary divine art. However, the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique was a true offensive divine art. Furthermore, it was an extreme offensive divine art that could instantly erupt with shocking power. It only sought to kill with one blow. If he still could not kill his opponent after using the Heavenly Light sword-drawing technique, then he would have lost this battle, and the quota for the Void Secret Realm would have nothing to do with him. He would definitely win this battle. In an instant, Chunzong calmed down, but his expression did not change at all. He still maintained a high level of vigilance and exploded with astonishing speed and agility. With the superb mystery of the heart swordsmanship, he dodged the pursuit of the 4-direction sword formation and tried his best to get rid of the lock of the huge sword light in the sky. In an instant, his essence, chi, and spirit were raised to the extreme. However, from the outside, there was no sign of it. Even though Yiling was stronger than Chunzong, he could not see any signs of it. Chunzong paused, and the 4 sword lights immediately chased after him. The 4 directions sword formation fell again and directly surrounded Chunzong's body. In an instant, the huge sword light in the sky burst forth with earth-shattering sword power and struck down directly. In Yiling's eyes, wisps of sword light intertwined and intertwined, as if reflecting everything in front of him. Unknowingly, Chunzong's sword had been sheathed again. Suddenly, An extremely blazing sword light shot out in front of his eyes. It was like an aurora lightning that tore the world apart. It was extremely fast, extremely powerful, and extremely ferocious. In Yiling's eyes, that sword light was filled with extreme tyranny. It was as if all the sharpness in the world was manifested and interpreted in it. It was a sword of absolute death. It was too fast, too powerful, ferocious, and ruthless. He could not dodge or block it. In an instant, Yiling was very certain. As soon as the sword light of the four directions sword formation came into contact with it, it was shattered by the extremely terrifying sword light. The sword light that fell from the sky was not as fast as the sword light that came out of the sheath. Strength, tyrannical strength, erupted and gushed out as the sword was unsheathed. It was like a landslide, like a tsunami, like the wrath of thunder. Heavenly light, sword-drawing technique. In an instant, a thought flashed through Yiling's mind. He did not expect that this person's strength was not as good as his, but he had mastered a divine sword technique. It was incredible, because even Yiling himself had not mastered a divine sword technique. The four directions sword formation was shattered, and the sword light directly attacked. The sword light that surrounded Yiling was also shattered in an instant, and then his body was slashed. When Yiling's body was slashed by the heavenly light sword-drawing technique, the huge sword light that fell from the sky also paused, then disintegrated, collapsed, and disappeared. The endless 9 swords could be used to attack and defend, but when the sword owner died, the power of the endless 9 sword would also dissipate. Chunzong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, because the sword light that fell from the sky had dissipated. He was just a little bit away from being hit by the sword light, and the consequence would be death. Seeing Yiling turn into a stream of light and soar into the sky, Chunzong felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. This time around, he had won the battle for the spot. That spot should belong to him. Fortunately, his other opponents had already been eliminated. The majority of them were probably defeated by Yiling otherwise. If another one were to come, he wouldn't be a match for that person. His essence, chi, and soul were nearly exhausted. He did not have any strength to fight at all. It cannot be helped. Using 2 divine techniques with a cultivation of the 4th realm was already very shocking, and the consumption of energy was even more terrifying. In any case, it was a great thing to be able to win. Chapter 2764. Third update. The competition for the places to enter the virtual God-Secret realm had ended. The 7th place was taken by one of the 4 main peaks, and the 6th place was taken by one of the 8 main peaks, an Emperor-level cultivator. As for the 5th place, the Cloud-Breaking Sword King did not get it, because the one who got it was the Daojian Peak, one of the 4 main peaks who was from the Gudao clan. As for the place to enter the 4th place, it was completely surprising. It was not a disciple of the 4 main peaks, nor was it a disciple of the 8 main peaks, but a disciple of the 24 peaks. It was even a disciple of the Tianguang Peak that had not participated in the competition for the 4th place for many years. Yes, the place to enter the 4th place of the virtual God-Secret realm was won by Chunzong, which was completely unexpected. After all, among the 30 heavens favorites in the 4th place, the strongest one was Yiling of the Juejian Peak. He was a young cultivator ranked more than 100 on the Divine Lord list, and the first person outside the top 100 on the Divine Lord list of Taihao Mountain. It was reasonable to say that the place to enter the 4th place of the virtual God-Secret realm should be won by Yiling. Even if not, it should be the heavens favorites from the other 3 main peaks. After all, they were very strong. Although their rankings on the Divine Lord list were not as good as Yiling's, they were still ranked in the top 1,000. Unexpectedly, the person who won the place was Chunzong, a disciple of the Divine Lord list who was ranked 3,000 on the Divine Lord list. For a moment, many gazes fell on Chunzong, as if they wanted to see through him. These gazes came from all directions, from the 4 main peaks and the 8 main peaks. They were all cultivators. Chunzong could feel a kind of greed from these gazes. Greed for what? Of course, it was the place. The place to enter the virtual God-Secret realm was very rare. After all, every time the virtual god's secret realm opened, it would take a long time to recover before it could open again. The interval was at least hundreds or even thousands of years. As Emperor-level and Emperor-level cultivators, they were even more aware of the brilliance of the Void Mystery Realm. If they could enter it, they would definitely reap great rewards. Not only would they be able to increase their strength in a short period of time, they would also be able to lay down a more solid foundation. The Tingguang Peak Lord flashed and appeared in front of Chunzong, blocking everyone's view. Let me make it clear. This place was won by Chunzong, so it belongs to Chunzong. No one can take it away from me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The Tingguang Peak Lord said in a deep voice. His eyes shone with a terrifying light, as sharp as a sword light that could pierce through the sky. His tone was resolute. The Tingguang Peak Lord's words stunned a portion of the crowd. After all, a Peak Lord was very powerful in terms of status, and strength. However, there were also a few people who sneered. They were not afraid of the Tingguang Peak Lord at all. In terms of strength, they were stronger than the Tingguang Peak Lord. Strength was the most important thing. Other things like status and whatnot were just accessories. As long as one was strong enough, they could run amok without fear. They were even tempted. After all, there was still some time before the opening of the Void Secret Land. They wanted to take this opportunity to get the place from Chunzong. As long as Chunzong transferred the place, it would be unreasonable. Moreover, Chunzong was a disciple without any strong backing. Even if he was a sword-bearing disciple, so what? The fight for the place ends here. Remember, you can have the place, but don't use any tricks, Elder Nine suddenly said. His voice rang out and directly entered everyone's ears. Immediately, the experts who were thinking about what to do were all startled. They felt a wave of coldness assault them, and their bodies involuntarily trembled. They could tell that this was a warning from the Ninth Senior Elder. It wasn't that they couldn't obtain a spot, but they could only do it through normal methods. For example, they could negotiate and give Chunzong some benefits so that he would willingly give up his spot. If they used coercion or other methods, it would go against the words of the 9 founding elders. At that time, it would be the same as angering the 9 founding elders. Elder 9 had high authority, high status, and powerful strength. They were not comparable to them. The consequences of angering Elder 9 were definitely not good. Therefore, if they wanted to get the place from Chunzong, they could only use normal methods. The fight for the place ended here. Elder 9's figures faded in an instant and then disappeared. As Elder 9 disappeared, the Tingguang Peak Lord used his own strength to encircle Chunzong and the cloud-splitting Sword King. In an instant, he turned into a flash of sword light and flew away at an extreme speed, returning to Tingguang Peak. The reason why he left so quickly was that he did not want to be found by other cultivators. There would be a lot of trouble. It was better to return to Tingguang Peak. The Tingguang Peak Lord was a powerful 7th Realm Great Emperor. He was very fast. Returning to Tingguang Peak from Taihao Peak was extremely fast. It only took a few seconds. Poyan, you leave first. Chunzong, before the Void God's secret land opens, you stay with me. The Tingguang Peak Lord said directly, his tone unquestionable. This disciple will take his leave. The cloud-splitting Sword King bowed to the Tingguang Peak Lord with his sword. Then, he turned around and left in a flash of sword light. Only Chunzong and the Tingguang Peak Lord were left behind. Chunzong knew that the Tingguang Peak Lord's intention was to protect him. After all, the place to enter the Void God's secret land was extremely precious. The people of the other peaks, especially the 4 main peaks and the 8 main peaks, would not give up easily. They would try their best to obtain it. If he stayed with the Tingguang Peak Lord, Chunzong would be spared a lot of trouble with the help of the Peak Lord. During this period of time, you should focus on cultivating. Don't worry about anything else, the Tingguang Peak Lord said with a smile, but he was very excited. The place to enter the Void God's secret land felt like a dream. Although he couldn't enter, Chunzong was a disciple of Tingguang Peak. Moreover, according to the information collected by the Tingguang Peak Lord about Chunzong, Chunzong was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He was not a cold-blooded person. There were not many people who had a good temperament, knew how to distinguish between kindness and hatred, knew how to repay kindness, and had outstanding talent. Only those with both ability and integrity were the best talents and were worth nurturing. Otherwise, some people with high moral integrity but mediocre talent would be difficult to nurture even if they wanted to nurture them. They could only achieve mediocre achievements. However, some people with high moral integrity, even overflowing with talent, but mediocre moral integrity. If such people were to be nurtured, they would improve rapidly and their achievements in the future would be astonishing. However, they would be like ingrates. In the end, not only would it be strenuous and unrewarding, they might even be killed. It would be a very tragic end. The best people to cultivate were naturally those who had both integrity and talent. In the eyes of the Tingwang Peak Lord, Chunzong was such a person, and he deserved to be cultivated with all his effort. Following the advice of the Tingwang Peak Lord, Chunzong stayed with the Tingwang Peak Lord to cultivate and stayed behind closed doors. As expected, the swordsmen of the 8 main peaks and even the 4 main peaks came from time to time, asking to see Chunzong. Chunzong is in closed-door cultivation. The Tingwang Peak Lord said directly, "If you have anything to say, just say it to me." Although he was very angry, he could only say what he wanted. Of course, he wanted to get a place to enter the void God's secret land. However, he could not use threats or other means. The conditions are good, but unfortunately, the place to enter the void God's secret land is very precious. We can't give it away, the Tingwang Peak Lord said firmly. The void secret realm was related to Chunzong's advancement, so he definitely could not give it away. Otherwise, if he missed such an opportunity, it would not be so easy to make up for it. Some opportunities were extremely important, and if one seized them, they could save tens, hundreds, or even thousands of years of cultivation time. Imperceptibly, one would be able to improve even more. The way of cultivation was to compete. If one was 1 step ahead, he could be 1 step ahead. If one was 1 step behind, he could be 1 step behind. Although it was not absolute, it was basically the case. If one did not compete, it would be better not to cultivate. He could peacefully get married, have children, and live an ordinary life. One by one, the strong cultivators from the other peaks came and put forward their conditions. Each condition was better than the one before, but they were all rejected by the Tingwang Peak Lord. Tingwang Peak Lord, don't be too greedy. The strong cultivator from Lingjian Peak, one of the 4 peaks, looked serious. It's best to know when to stop. You should know that going too far is as bad as falling short. There was a hint of threat in his words. I've said before, no matter what conditions you put forward, the place to enter the void, God's secret land, will not be given away. The Tingwang Peak Lord said firmly. Even if the other party's words were threatening, so what? He would not exchange it. Called Chunzong out, the strong cultivator from Lingjian Peak said coldly, "I'll talk to him face to face." Chunzong is already in closed-door cultivation. He won't come out before the void, God's secret land opens. The Tingwang Peak Lord said with a cold smile, "I'm in charge of the place. You can leave now." It had to be said that the conditions proposed by the experts from one peak after another were better than the other. However, other than the good conditions, there was also a faint feeling of threat. Although they did not dare to be too direct due to the words of Elder Geo, it was still unavoidable. Elder Geo would not pay attention to the threats as long as they did not materialize. As an elder, he did not have so much free time. If it were Chunzong facing these strong cultivators, he might be able to stand firm and not be swayed. However, it would definitely be troublesome. It would bring a lot of pressure and interfere with his cultivation. Fortunately, the Tingwang Peak Lord was there to block all the pressure. Chunzong did not have to bear the pressure of these strong cultivators and could cultivate in peace. With the Tingwang Peak Lord's status and strength, even if he was not as strong as some of the strong cultivators, it would not be a big deal. This was Taihao Mountain, and he was a peak master. If something really happened, the senior patriarch hall would not sit by and do nothing. All those who coveted the place were rejected by the Tingwang Peak Lord. They could not find Chunzong and naturally could not ask Chunzong for the place. In the end, these strong cultivators could only give up. There was no other way. The Tianguang Peak Lord was determined not to compromise this time. Time passed slowly. Finally, after a few months, it was time for the Void God's secret land to open. Under the Tianguang Peak Lord's voice, Chenzong came out of closed-door cultivation. Chapter 2765. Fourth update. The 19 mystery zones of Taihao Mountain were not in the same place, but in different places. The Void God Mystery Zone was one of the most important mystery zones of Taihao Mountain. It was many times more important than mystery zones like the Fierce Demon Mystery Zone. Therefore, the entrance to the Void God Mystery Zone was on Taihao Peak. It seemed that there was no guardian, but in fact, all the experts on Taihao Peak could be considered as guardians. The experts who were qualified to enter the Void God Mystery Zone came from all the peaks and gathered there. Chenzong also saw the top 100 young geniuses of Taihao Mountain. They all had different temperaments, but they were all very unique. 5. In Taihao Mountain, there were a total of 5 young geniuses who were ranked in the top 100 of the Divine Lord list. It did not sound like a lot, but if one thought about it carefully, there were only 100 people in the top 100. The universe was so vast, and there were more than 1 or 2 holy lands. There were also many emperor-level forces and individual geniuses. 5 was actually not a small number. One of them had an extremely shocking sword essence all over his body. He did not seem to be hiding it at all. The aura he exuded was so terrifying and sharp that no one could get within 10 meters of him. Otherwise, they would be cut by the terrifying sword essence. Chenzong could feel that this sword essence had not been completely released. It was just a natural manifestation, as if it was too strong and could not be completely hidden. He was at the 5th level, but he was stronger than Yiling, so naturally, it was stronger than Chenzong's sword essence. This person was Feng Shi, the genius of Lingjian Peak, one of the 4 main peaks. His eyes were extremely sharp. When he looked at you, you would feel like you were being cut by a sword. Ordinary 4th-level cultivators would not be able to withstand his gaze at all. Even Chenzong could feel the sharpness of this person's gaze, so sharp that it was almost tangible. This person was ranked 63rd on the Divine Lord list. There was another person whose aura was restrained. He had a kind of forceful and majestic aura, like an endless sea. This person walked over with his hands behind his back. Wherever his feet landed, there seemed to be shadows of water blooming. In each shadow of water blooming, there was a terrifying force that was born and destroyed. Chenzong, you're very good. The man walked up to Chenzong and stared at Chenzong with a pair of eyes that seemed to glow with blue light. His words were extremely cold and contained an extremely terrifying power. It was as if thousands of waves were crashing down to devour Chenzong. This person was from the Blue Ocean clan of the ancient Wave Peak. He was the strongest person in the 4th level of the Blue Ocean clan. He was ranked 89th on the Divine Lord list. His name was Chi He. Tianguang Peak and Gulan Peak had a grudge against each other, and Chenzong had had a few conflicts with the disciples of the Lanhai sect, so he had been targeted by the Lanhai sect a long time ago. However, this was Taihao Peak. Even the Lanhai clan did not dare to do anything. They could only use words to attack Chenzong's mind. Unfortunately, it was useless. Of course, I'm fine. Chenzong replied unhurriedly. Good. Chi's eyes narrowed slightly. There seemed to be a vast ocean surging in the depths of his eyes. Its power was extremely shocking. His tone grew colder and colder. A person who could not even enter the top 1,000 of the Divine Lord list dared to challenge him. He was really reckless. However, this was Taihao Peak, so it was not appropriate to attack him directly. In addition, there was a woman in a blood-red sword robe. Her hair was not silver like the origin, but was dyed red like blood. There was also a bit of bloody light condensing in her eyes. She looked extremely terrifying. She was the top genius of the Bloodsword Peak, one of the 4 main peaks. She was ranked 52nd on the Divine Lord list, and her name was Wu Lan. The 4th person was a man. He was dressed in a white sword robe, and his sword intent exuded a feeling of being able to annihilate everything. He was the genius disciple of the ultimate sword peak, ranked 38th on the Divine Lord list, Liao Bai. The 5th and last person was a woman. Her appearance was not particularly beautiful, but her aura was very peaceful, giving off a very demure feeling. One could not sense sword chi or sword intent. It was difficult to sense even the slightest bit of sharpness that belonged to a sword cultivator. It was a kind of restrained and natural feeling. This person was the strongest in the fourth realm of the Gu Dao clan of the Dao Sword Peak, as well as the strongest in the fourth realm of the Tai Hao Mountain. He was ranked 7th on the Divine Lord list, a peerless genius, Wang Qiu. Chunzong, it's not too late for you to give your place to junior sister Yiling. Liao Bai's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward and appeared before Chunzong. His extremely deep eyes were filled with terrifying intent as he stared at Chunzong. He spoke neither quickly nor slowly. He was at ease. It's not too late for you to take back your words. Chunzong also responded. You're on your own. Liao Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. A touch of anger condensed in the depths of his eyes. Then his tone became cold. Chunzong did not pay attention to him. All of them were arrogant and self-righteous. What would they think when they were surpassed by him in the future? How could he give away the place to enter the virtual God's secret land? If he did not have the strength to obtain it, then so be it. But since he had already obtained it, how could he give it away without any special reason? Only by grabbing it could it be considered his opportunity. Looking away, Chunzong looked at the others, the fifth realms. In the Tai Hao Mountain, there were not only experts on the Divine Lord list, but also the Divine King list. Of course, there were not many people on the Divine King list. After all, there were only 3,333 places on the Divine King list. Chunzong was surprised to find that the number of fifth realms who could enter the virtual God's secret land was more than double the number of fourth realms. Why was that? There were a total of 13 fifth realms who could enter the virtual God's secret land. Soon, Chunzong learned that 12 of the 13 were extraordinary. They were the highest-ranking disciples of the Tai Hao Mountain, the Sword Doctrine Holy Sun. There were only 12 Sword Doctrine Holy Suns. This was a fixed number that would not be increased or decreased. Each of them was not only powerful and talented, but also had a high status. The outer and inner mountain elders of the various peaks were inferior to the Sword Doctrine Holy Suns. Only the sword-bearing elders could be compared to them. It was not easy to become the Sword Doctrine Holy Sun. There was only one way, and that was to wait for the Sword Doctrine Holy Sun to be damaged and needed to be replaced. As for how it was lacking, usually, when the Sword Doctrine Holy Sun broke through and reached the sixth realm, he would automatically get rid of the status of the Sword Doctrine Holy Sun and further improve his status. Otherwise, he would die for some reason. The Sword Doctrine Holy Suns were a kind of representative of the Tai Hao Mountain. Each of them was an expert on the Divine King list, and their rankings were not low. The weakest among them was in the top 500 of the Divine King list, and the strongest was in the top 10 of the Divine King list, ranked 9th. As for the 13th person, he had won an extra slot through a competition a few months ago. He would enter the virtual God's secret land with the other 12 Sword Doctrine Holy Suns. There were 3 6th realm Emperor-level experts and 2 7th realm Emperor-level experts. All of them could enter the virtual God's secret land. Time slowly flowed by. 3 figures appeared out of thin air. Every figure was blurry, making it difficult for one to see them clearly. Greetings, Grand Elders. The crowd immediately bowed. They were the Grand Elders of the Tai Hao Mountain's Grand Elder Hall. They were the 4th Grand Elder, the 7th Grand Elder, and the 9th Grand Elder. No need for formalities, the 4th Grand Elder said. The 4th Grand Elder spoke. It was a gentle female voice. The virtual God's secret land is about to open. Prepare yourselves. As soon as the 4th Grand Elder finished speaking, the 3 Grand Elders each took out a command medallion. They flicked their fingers and sent out strands of energy that landed on the 3 command medallions. Then, the 3 command medallions trembled and turned into 3 extremely intense rays of light that soared into the sky. They gathered in the sky and turned into an even more intense ray of light. In an instant, the intense beam of light seemed to shatter the sky. It shot down at an incredible speed. Even the 7th realm Emperor-level experts were shocked. If it was an attack, then no one present except the 3 Grand Elders would be able to dodge it. The beam of light shot down, but did not shatter the ground. Instead, after it hit the ground, it seemed to be swallowed by the ground and disappeared. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened as they stared at the ground that had been hit by the beam of light. As the beam of light completely disappeared into the ground, a speck of black light appeared. It was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Layers of black ripples spread out. In the blink of an eye, it spread out to a radius of 10 meters. The ground within a 10-meter radius turned pitch black. It looked like the entrance to a deep abyss, causing one to be intimidated just by looking at it. The virtual god secret land has opened. You can enter now, the 4th Grand Elder said. But remember, when you feel that you can't hold on any longer, don't force yourself. Leave immediately. Otherwise, your spiritual souls may be damaged. The gains do not make up for the losses. Yes. The group of people responded one after another. While Chinzong was responding, he was also secretly surprised. It could damage the divine soul. But according to the 4th Grand Elder, if they could not hold on any longer, they should not force themselves. If they left in time, they would be fine. As for how long they would stay in the virtual god secret land, there was no mention. Presumably, they would not be able to stay for long. The first to enter were the 2 Emperor-level experts. With a leap, the ground seemed to have really disappeared. The 2 Emperor-level experts were directly swallowed and disappeared. This scene was undoubtedly terrifying. Then, the 3 Emperor-level experts also took a step forward. They stepped on empty air and fell. They sank into the pitch-black ground and disappeared. The third group to enter were the 5th Realm Swordway Saints. The last group to enter were the 6th 4th Realm Swordway Saints. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 24 people entered the pitch-black ground and stepped into the virtual god secret land. 9th Grand Elder, I'll have to trouble you to wait here. The 4th Grand Elder said to the 9th Grand Elder, neither too fast nor too slow. Fortunately, it will only be a few days. It's fine. The 9th Grand Elder smiled. The 4th Grand Elder and the 7th Grand Elder nodded. Their figures faded again and disappeared. The 9th Grand Elder waved his hand and a reclining chair appeared. He reclined on it and swayed. A wine gourd had appeared in his hand. He drank leisurely. Chapter 2766. I'm exhausted. I can't do the 6th chapter anymore. This outburst ends here. Next, Dominator of the 6 Paths needs to train his body properly. Otherwise, his body will be too weak. I'm going to sleep now. Before that, I'll ask for more monthly votes from my brothers. What kind of secrets did the Void God Secret Realm hold that even Realm 7 Great Emperors scrambled for? Chinzong didn't know before, but after entering, he gradually understood. His body seemed to be swallowed and kept sinking, as if he was going to sink into a bottomless abyss. Then, Chinzong came to a dark void where he couldn't see the sky or the ground. This void was boundless. There were no stars, no moon, and no light. There was only a sense of eternal solitude, eternal, indestructible, and immortal. Silhouettes, a total of 24 people, all entered this place. In the Void God's secret realm, no matter how big a grudge one had, one couldn't fight. Otherwise, one would be directly expelled from the secret realm. Chinzong ignored the others and carefully sensed the mysteries of this place. After sensing it carefully, Chinzong could feel the traces of the Great Path. It was clearer here, and the charm was stronger. It was easier to comprehend it. However, compared to the outside world, it was only twice as good. Although it was good, it didn't live up to the name of the Void God's secret realm. After all, the quota was so important and precious that it attracted a group of experts to obtain it. Just as Chinzong was puzzled, a light appeared in the distance. Then, a second light appeared, and a third light appeared. The light lit up bit by bit, coming closer and closer. Gradually, everyone could see it clearly. There were clusters of black lotus seeds. They were slowly rotating, as if they were drifting along with the flow of the water towards the crowd. It's finally here. Black lotus seeds. The 2 great emperors smiled. Looking at them, they seemed to have a more direct understanding of the Void God's secret realm. Remember, The opportunity of the void, God's secret realm, lies in the black lotus seats. One of the martial emperors turned to look at the crowd and said solemnly, "The lowest level of the black lotus divine throne is 12 leaves, and the highest is 108 leaves. With 12 as the increment, there are 9 levels." The few Imperial Realm cultivators seemed to know something as well. Therefore, they did not listen attentively. Instead, they stared at the black lotus that was floating over. The Sword Path Holy Sons seemed to know something as well. However, the other Fourth Realm cultivators were all listening attentively. This was because before they entered, no one had told them the true secret of the Void Mystery Land. The secret of the Void God Land lies in the Black Lotus Divine Throne. Once you sit on the Black Lotus Divine Throne, you will be able to comprehend all the secrets at a higher level, another Emperor-level cultivator said with a smile. Shenzong's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to comprehend the mysteries at a higher level. Wasn't this just like how his spirit had entered the Netherworld realm and used the Tianming Pearl to condense a 5th-level Netherworld clan body, using it to cultivate and comprehend various great Daos and sword techniques? After returning, he had advanced by leaps and bounds. The Void God's secret land was so mysterious. It was indeed extraordinary. However, Chunzong felt that this alone did not seem to live up to its name. A 12-leaf lotus throne is equivalent to an ordinary 5th level. A 24-leaf lotus throne is equivalent to an elite 5th level. A 36-leaf lotus throne is equivalent to a half-step 6th level. A 48-leaf lotus throne is equivalent to an ordinary 6th level, and so on. A 108-leaf lotus throne is equivalent to a half-saint. Of course, the higher the level, the more beneficial it is to comprehend the mysteries. However, you also have to consider the endurance of your spirit. You are all the top geniuses of our Taihao Mountain. Even if you are in the 4th realm, you will have no problem withstanding a 12-leaf lotus throne. You should also have a chance to withstand a 24-leaf lotus throne. However, remember, do not rush to advance. It is best to start from the lowest level of the lotus throne. If you feel that you can completely withstand it and still have energy to spare, then you can try to challenge a higher level of the lotus throne. However, if you feel that it is too much to bear, then immediately withdraw and switch back to a lower level of the lotus throne. The 2 Emperor-level cultivators spoke one after another. They were giving instructions to everyone. After all, they were the Emperor-level cultivators of Taihao Mountain. The more geniuses and cultivators there were in Taihao Mountain, the more powerful they would be. They could continue to pass down their legacies. There is no such thing as an eternal legacy. Even Sword Grinding Mountain, which ran rampant in the universe millions of years ago, was completely wiped out overnight. No one could find a reason why. Only strength was the guarantee. Everyone listened to their words. The Lotus Throne could raise everyone's level and use it to comprehend the mysteries. For example, if a 4th realm cultivator were to comprehend the mysteries after reaching the 5th realm, it would be equivalent to a 5th realm cultivator comprehending the mysteries of the 4th realm. The efficiency would definitely be more than 10 times that of a 4th realm cultivator. However, to comprehend the mysteries with a high level of cultivation, one spirit would have to bear the corresponding burden. Once they could not bear it, they would have to withdraw. Otherwise, it was very likely that their spirit would be damaged. Not long after, divine black lotus thrones floated over. Most of them were 12-leaf lotus thrones, while a few were 24-leaf lotus thrones. There were even fewer 36-leaf lotus thrones. As for the 48-leaf lotus thrones, they had not floated over yet. To the 5th realm, 6th realm, and 7th realm cultivators, these lotus thrones were not of much use. Hence, they did not move. However, the 6th 4th realm cultivators moved one after another. Shunzong directly landed on a 12-leaf lotus throne and sat down cross-legged. He focused his gaze and discovered that there were many patterns on each lotus leaf. Those patterns were very mysterious and natural. They seemed to contain an indescribable mystery. The lotus throne shook slightly, and the 12 lotus leaves also shook. In an instant, the patterns on the lotus leaves lit up one after another. Wisps of mysterious aura filled the air. The aura intertwined and enveloped Shenzong. Shenzong only felt that his spiritual will was in a trance. It was as if it had left his body and flown into the sky. He felt as if he was floating in the air. It was extremely comfortable. In an instant, everything around him became clearer. That was the charm of the Great Path. It became more and more intense. This feeling, Shenzong couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. It was like the feeling when he grasped the fifth realm body of the netherworld in the netherworld. It was very wonderful. However, compared to that time, it was even better. This was because in the netherworld, other than the great paths of death, slaughter, darkness, and so on, the other great paths were relatively less clear. However, in the void god's secret realm, all great paths became very clear. Coupled with the superb fifth realm cultivation base, it was even easier to comprehend them. As such, compared to when he was in the netherworld, the efficiency was more than twice or even several times higher. Moreover, Shenzong still had an advantage that the others did not have. That was the Heart Sutra. Under the Heart Sutra, the efficiency of comprehension was extremely shocking. The six fourth realm cultivators all entered the Black Lotus throne. Following that, the 13 fifth realm cultivators also entered the 48-leaf Black Lotus throne. Following that, the 3 sixth realm cultivators entered the 84-leaf Black Lotus throne. As for the 2 martial emperors, they entered the 108-leaf Black Lotus divine throne. With their martial emperors and half-saints comprehending it, the effect was also very shocking. Wang Xiu of the Gudao clan moved. He left the 12-leaf Lotus throne and entered the 24-leaf Lotus throne. Not long after, he left the 24-leaf Lotus throne and entered the 36-leaf Lotus throne. After a while, he left the 36-leaf Lotus throne and entered the 48-leaf Lotus throne. The 12-leaf Lotus throne is no burden to me at all, Shenzong thought. He moved and immediately left the 12-leaf Lotus throne. He entered the 24-leaf Lotus throne and carefully sensed it. The 12-leaf Lotus throne was equivalent to the fifth realm, which was the level he was at in the dead spirit world. However, the 24-leaf Lotus throne was the peak of the fifth realm. It was more than twice as powerful as before. Not only that, Shenzong also discovered that the aura of the Great Path around the 24-leaf Lotus throne was more than twice as strong as the 12-leaf Lotus throne. Shenzong couldn't help but be overjoyed. He left again and entered the 36-leaf Lotus throne. This was the half-emperor realm. It was much more powerful than the peak of the fifth realm. It's still not enough, Shenzong thought. Although his spirit was starting to feel the burden, he could still bear it. Without hesitation, Shenzong immediately left. He stared at the 48-leaf Black Lotus throne and entered it. This was equivalent to the sixth realm. It was the level of an Emperor Realm cultivator. The difference between the sixth realm and the fifth realm was like heaven and earth. Even a most ordinary sixth realm was far from what the fifth realm could compare to. Therefore, the sixth realm was much more powerful than the fifth realm. This was a fundamental difference. After all, the fifth realm comprehended the mysteries of the Great Path, while the sixth realm targeted the origin of the Great Path. Wang Xiu was the strongest cultivator in the fourth realm of Taihao Mountain. He was a peerless genius ranked 7th on the Divine Lord list. It was natural that he could bear the burden of the 48-leaf Black Lotus throne. However, Shenzong was only ranked in the top 3,000 on the Divine Lord list. Yet, he could bear the burden of the 48-leaf Black Lotus throne. This scene shocked everyone. How is this possible? Qi's face was full of shock. He had tried it before. He felt that the burden in the 36-leaf Black Lotus throne was very strong. He couldn't comprehend it properly. He could only retreat to the 24-leaf Lotus throne to bear it. Feng Shi's eyes narrowed. They were extremely sharp. He stared at Shenzong like an unsheathed sword. He could only comprehend in the 24-leaf Lotus throne. The burden of the 36-leaf Lotus throne was too strong. He couldn't bear it for long. Wulan's body was filled with blood-red light. It became even sharper. Similarly, she could only comprehend in the 24-leaf Lotus throne. Liao Bai, who was in the 36-leaf Lotus throne, was very surprised. There was shock in the depths of his eyes. Although he could bear the burden of the 36-leaf lotus throne, he was already at his limit. It was impossible for him to bear the burden of the 48-leaf lotus throne. He had only tried it a little, but he felt that his spiritual soul was about to be destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. How could someone whose ranking was far lower than his be able to withstand the pressure brought about by the lotus seat? The burden of the 48-leaf lotus throne on the spiritual soul was several times greater than that of the 36-leaf lotus throne. It was a qualitative improvement. Could it be that his spiritual soul was so strong? Wang Shou also looked at Chunzong in surprise. However, he didn't pay much attention to him. The younger generation will surpass us in time, the two emperor-level cultivators thought. They couldn't help but look at Chunzong a few more times. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.